I guess we'll see. Is the FPS limited in any way? I couldn't tell if it was limited or not in the settings, so I went into like my graphic card settings and I limited it.
I think I got it to run better. Immediately crashes your PC.
I could see that. I could see that happening. Alright, so I think it's probably okay-ish. Right, this is probably fine. Okay, where were we? You were doing some shit in the hospital, right? It's wet here. Oh, right, that's the little courtyard thing. Okay. Cool. They changed the layouts of all the areas. And it means that, like, none of my muscle memory works. Like, my sense of direction's all messed up. Also, why did they change ampoules for syringes? I don't get it. And how do I open up my weapon wheel? Where is it? Shotgun. Handgun ammo 5, shotgun shells 4. I see. Oh, there's a quick switch. Okay, there we go. Can you open the uninstall game menu? I think that seems to be... That's really what I'd awfully like to do. Severe needle phobia. I am the same. I am very not okay with needles at all. Bloober team could have given us James doing a popper animation. Boy, I sure like this early 2000s fucking brown era. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do this with the other world. Like, I don't mind the hanging drapes. Those are fine. I don't know why they decided to go with the rust and the grates and stuff. What are we looking at? Is it going to be a box with a bunch of chains around it? Oh my gosh! They moved this puzzle here? Okay, man. Alright. Because that's what the movie did? I mean, that is what the movie did. They made a haunted computer! Why did they wrap the computer in lunch meat? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. What? It's the new cooling technology. Oh, it's liquid cooled. Is there like a rain sound happening? Because I don't mind that. Yo, does that computer run on You're Being Punished for Your Sins OS?
Oh dear, that hardware is not
believe it.
following proper meat curing and cooking procedure. Better wrap the computer monitor just in case.
Just in case. I'm sure this will probably be fine. It'll stop stuttering in just a minute. Don't worry about it. Any second now. Okay. Any second now. There we go. This is not my fault. I promise. I swear. The game's just like this. You know what though? I will hand it to them. It is tense. I am like really on edge. Because I'm like, oh god. Is the frame rate just gonna shit the bed all over the place? What the fuck? Mary used to clog toilets like this.
Still on edge, but Locktober is over.
Oh. What? I don't know why they made the other world so poopy. Like, it always felt kind of dirty, but this is different. I don't know. Oh my god. One, two. Oh no! Okay, cool. Bum 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 bum. Damn, boy, you live like this? Okay. What do you mean? Also, why is this locked? Do I need a key? It doesn't have an item interact prompt. Insert your own James thoughts here. What is James thinking? The game doesn't care. Fill in your own.
Hey, you know what'll make our Silent Hill 2 really shine? More literal shit. I am very smart and good at game design. Lucky brag derp.
Literally crap. Oh, there's chains in the brains. Oh, because you're bound by your own thoughts. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the fuck we're looking at.
James is really more of a clean slate character for the player to project onto.
Oh
Smile.
God.
Thinking about bondage, clearly.
Oh, just like me for real. This is some evil within shit. It's very evil within. Yeah. Or Outlast. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony. And the music played, but in any dance there comes a time. One must take the lead, and the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. Okay. What is this mannequin doing in the hospital?
It's been 27 months of forfeiting mortal possessions to the brain.
It's been...
Watching Nani suffer for our amusement and education. Thank you, Lucky_Bun. We
Thank
make
you.
a shit-stained level and everyone criticizes. Conquers Bad Fur Day has an entire level and a boss made of shit, and it's the most fondly remembered part of the game. Why? Because of woke. Can't do shit nowadays. Literally.
Literally. Seabard, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you for 27 months.
Specifically, the first Evil Within. You know, the one that was quite flagrantly a much worse retread of a much better game.
What? I agree with you. I'm whatting at the puzzle here. Yeah, I guess we used the hammer to disintegrate the arm because we hit him in his funny bone. Z-Bart! You didn't need to do that, but thank you. Heck. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Goodness gracious. Oh, jeez. God, I hate the lying bodies in this game. Because they just spit goo everywhere. Oh, God. Yeah, that. That's why. It's just the medium. It's awfully a lot like the medium. Yeah. Or, Homecoming.
Quatibun Radu Nixo.
Klaatu Bunrata Nikto. It has Dead Space vibes. It, the combat and moment-to-moment gameplay feel a lot like the Callisto Protocol to me. Okay, I guess I'll go down there in a minute. That's a bad thing. It's, I don't know. It's a thing.
Good clip for Radu Nip.
I don't know if I'm gonna make like a judgment call on it, but that's what it feels like to me. With the way that the dodging and the melee works, it just feels a lot like that to me. But no one remembers that game. I don't remember that game, and I'm thinking about it right now. Sigh. I hate that they moved. They put, okay, so you can heal by pressing triangle, and you open your map by pressing up on the D-pad. Who thought that was a good idea? Why wouldn't you switch those? Doesn't healing go on the D-pad?
I remember it because it came up earlier as a game that's bad.
And in the original, triangle opens the map. So, like, I keep accidentally using health items. When I'm trying to just find my way around. Oh, there goes the mannequin. Oh, there goes the lying body. Ooh, quick time event. I don't remember James shimmying through this many narrow openings. Maybe you should have played Homecoming. Learn the lore.
The mannequin ran away because it doesn't want to be in this game either.
Do y'all remember what the hospital in SH2 was like? Like in the nightmare?
So the game got kind of flat. Well, how about that?
I see you shiver with anticipation.
Earlier today I heard someone compare the combat to Dark Souls and Bloodborne. How accurate is that, in your opinion?
Not at all. Goodness gracious. Not in the least. No, I would liken it probably closer to Silent Hill Downpour or Callisto Protocol. But it has a dodge button. So did Homecoming. Ugh. Oh, I wish there was gun parries in this. That'd be great. Oh, I'd love a nice parry. Alright, any second now. The frames will be back, I promise. Oh, there they are. That would be the game. It does that sometimes. It just loses a ton of frames, and I don't know how to fix it. Dodge rolling is not what makes Dark Souls
As another
combat.
streamer often said in such moments, claims Sunderland.
Oh, jeez.
You gotta love the focus here with the driver on 13. A deer is sucking off another deer in the background. It does not phase him.
I'm not phased.
That down the middle, that's about 315.
The bun has earned a Taco Bell. Go have a Taco Bell.
Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it. I'm not phased. You gotta love the focus here. I kind of wish I had a little more to comment on. But we've kind of just been going through some really samey hallways for a while now. Do you remember how, like, weird and different the hospital got in Silent Hill 2? Oh, damn, that... Oh. Ooh, that lamp is haunted as shit. Ooh, it's going. Oh, it's going, all right.
_you_ not being able to say anything about a game is commentary enough, lucky bun blob.
This is the most entertaining this game's been so far. I feel like the Nightmare Hospital in this one is... I don't know. It feels an awful lot more like a retexture than a new environment. It's a little too similar to just the regular... I don't know. Those are the ghost lights I've heard so much about. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a heckin' spirit orb up here. Oh, sure. Okay. Sigh. From the creators of Infinite Brain Damage Child comes Lamp Spin. Does the over-the-shoulder camera lend to the sameness factor? You know, I think it probably does. The way that I envision a lot of the rooms
Ship
from
it
the
anyway.
original...
What are the odds anybody's gonna stop and look directly at the ceiling lamp?
Like... Yeah, I don't know. Like, the way that I remember a bunch of the rooms in the original game, I remember them from their specific angle. So I think that it does differentiate them by having a different camera angle when you walk. Like, if I walked into a room in the original and it gave me a different camera angle than the first time I went in that room, I might be freaked out by that. That could be a scare. Like, that could be used for effect. Alright, I guess we have to lobotomize this mannequin.
I mean, the lamp spinning is neat, but the OG Silent Hill has a better grasp on the aesthetic of nebulous rust and blood. It had a more visceral vibe going, like, instead of lamp spin, it was more meat spin or something.
Yeah, kinda, yeah. What does the lobotomy have to do with... you know, Mary or James or anything? But you see, to be lobotomized is to be blissful. Oh, of course. Turn your brain off and enjoy the video game. It's Silent Hill 2, idiot. Turn your brain off. Stop thinking about it. Consume product and then get excited for next product. This sucks. This door was locked earlier. It was marked as locked on our map, and now it's just open.
What do you mean the playtesters are bored? Add an mannequin lobotomy puzzle.
But we didn't do anything to open it. It's just decided to be open now.
Silly rabbit, what do you think this is? Some kind of psychological horror game?
You're right. My bad. Okay, now I'm sure that probably, for some reason, has unlocked the way to the next key. And we gotta do them in order. Because otherwise you might get lost. You don't want to have to, like, explore an environment or something. That would be ridiculous. Did y'all play the original Dead Space? Do y'all remember Dead Space? So in the original game, in Dead Space 1, they would give you like a series of objectives. Like one of the ones I remember is from the engineering deck. And okay. When you're down there, they're like, hey, you need to fuel up the engines. So you have to go to the place and you fuel up the engines. And then they're like, okay, the engines are fueled, now you have to start them up. And then you go to the place and you start up the engines. And then they're like, oh, but the gyroscope, you gotta restart it. So you go to the place and you restart the gyroscope. In Remake, like the Dead Space remake, they give you all those objectives at once. They're like, oh, hey, we're going to need to refuel the engines and then restart them. And then we're going to need to do the gyroscope. But then you can go and do them in any order you want. So they give you all three of them, and you can like pick which one you want your little line on the floor to lead you to. And it's cool. It's not like a big change.
I'll never forget the last words my grandfather told me before he died. Are you still holding the ladder?
Oh no. It's not like, you know, a big change, but it's fun.
You're telling me this whole fucking shit hangs on gyromancy?
Yes, precisely. Anyway, I'm just mentioning it because I feel like this remake did the opposite. I feel like in the original Silent Hill 2, you can run around and like find the objectives in any order you want, and in Remake they have blocked off all of them except for the first one you should do. And then completing the first one gets you access to where the second one is, etc. Like, they've made this game way more linear. Say this fucking game sounds like ass. It's definitely a weaker sound direction.
If this is Silent Hill, I want to see the game spoof Public Disturbantomic.
Something's locked, yes? Okay, alright. Cryo. With the more linear gameplay, they at least managed to pack that excellent plot into a tighter structure, right? Well, they definitely made it take like 3 times as long. And so far, the only things that they've used that extra time for are foreshadowing the same things as the original. So, let me say it this way. The remake is doing less with more. I cannot wait to see how they fucked up the whole Angela thing. Because, like, no doubt they're gonna turn the Abstract Daddy fight into, like, a 15-minute fucking 3-phase boss fight. Maybe like an ad phase or something. And it's just like, but... It was communicated perfectly already. I got this.
But they mentioned the mine, J-Mark. Doesn't that mean they have a great grasp of lore? One?
I don't think they got it. Like a glove. Oh my gosh. Angela dies and James goes, it's probably good for a victim of sexual assault to die. Don't joke, they might. No spoilers. Jesus Christ.
Angela dies and James says, now we're both heroes.
You know what? I kind of feel that. I like to imagine. Okay, you know the copy pasta where Yoko Taro is talking to David Cage, and David Cage is like, "Could a robot learn to be human?" And Yoko Taro's like, "Could a human?" And David Cage goes, "What?" Like, that's what I imagine Bloober Team watching the end of Mouthwashing like, where they're like, yeah, you did it, Jimmy, you redeemed yourself, you are a hero. Yeah, way to go. You know what I mean? He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. I won't let him take me. Doesn't even give a fuck about this game's story. It's the guy who can't remember he killed his wife. It's pretty good as far as video games go. But in any other genre, it's comically thin. What made SH2 great was all the other stuff in that game. Sorry, Remake was such a boneheaded decision to begin with. I think I agree with that. I think a few too many people kind of are like, ooh, there was a big plot twist. That's why it was good, because there was a plot twist. It's good because it surprised me with the plot twist. That's what made the game good, right? And it's like, no, not really. It's all the other stuff. It's all the other stuff that was great. Where the fuck are we? Okay. Okay. I feel like that's missing the whole exploration of a bunch of themes. Yeah, but like those themes are explored in ways other than like the direct narrative, right? Because they're done through imagery and dialogue and audio. They're done through suggestion and, you know, color and motion and like all those other things. What we call in criticism the mise en scène. That communicate feelings and ideas without having to necessarily communicate narrative. Aw, hi Alicia. There'll be no pain anymore. No pain, no pain, no pain, no pain. These notes are very bad. Oh my god. The notes they've added to this game are like...
I sell no pain and no pain accessories.
I'll tell you what.
Bloober be like, you see, the reason why the plot twist of SH2 is so effective is because James is such a likable guy.
It's not even that much of a twist. Like, you can really just figure it out beforehand. Like, it's not, it's well set up and foreshadowed. Like,
Pink cow.
What the heck was I gonna say? Found 0050 in the ECT room again. Last I checked, this was not his appointment treatment for the hospital. How is it possible he got there by himself? And how would he know how to turn the thing on? Somebody's going to answer for this. So close, it will happen, has to. Like, the notes in this game. Sonic.exe level of writing. Honestly. James into a silent protagonist. Yeah. Oh my god. Why do they have to team up so many enemies and they take so many hits? Stop it.
The notes aren't even building up to any kind of mystery or intrigue. It's just, oh, I guess the monsters got him.
Yeah. This game has enough mannequins? Oh no, it definitely needs more enemies. In general. There's not enough combat in this game. That's a problem with Silent Hill 2. You don't have to fight enough things. You know, Silent Hill 2 is a pretty good game, but my biggest problem with it is you just don't fight enough things. Not enough combat.
Dear Diary, I found a date for the prom. However, they seem to be a weird monster-like thing. Still better than Jimmy.
Still better than Jimmy. Why is it chunking here? Why is here where it's chunking? Why? Why would they do that? What do they actually have that's reminding me of golf clubs? I think they're just pipes, for the most part. Because I threw a tart. It's not. No. It's the game. Sometimes it just has to recache all of its shaders for some reason. Just do them all over again. Yeah, I think, okay, so one of the, I'm just being overly negative about this game, but I'm not going to stop. Another issue I'm having is that, like, in Silent Hill 2, when you're playing through the game, they break up a lot of this downtime with incidental dialogue. So, like, of course you're finding, damn girl, you should like this. Of course you're finding, like, notes and stuff, but, like, the notes are usually pretty interesting, and then there's a lot of the incidental dialogue that I keep talking about, where it's like, James examining things in the environment, and us getting, like, his thoughts and ideas and stuff. I feel really disconnected from this version of James, because we don't get any of that internal dialogue. Like, one of the most powerful moments in the original is James looking at the books on the desk in the hotel and saying, medical books, none of them ever did any good. Like, the moments like that are completely absent from here. And it's just been replaced with notes that say, he's after me, he's under my skin, blood, hyper-realistic blood. And then you look on the back and it says, go away, go away, go away, go away, like a million times. Fucking boo haunted house ass, like, spooky scaries. It's incredibly lame. Does James have a smartphone in this? He does not. Which I suppose is a positive. I feel like that would have made this game a little too, I don't know, modern. You know, I half expected to have to go and get gas for this thing. If they put the full text of Sonic.exe in here, it would have been pretty funny. It would have been funny. The ironic thing is, I think this game would have been more enjoyable if it was worse. I think if this sucked more, it would have been more funnier, at least. Like, I think that's why I like Homecoming more than this. Because, like, Homecoming's at least funny. It's garbo, but, like, you know. Ugh. It's Indigenous Heritage Month? It is! That's right! Oh my goodness. Happy Indigenous Heritage Month. Oh my goodness. I am not enjoying this remake. I am not. I won't rest until they are solved. I won't rest. I can't rest. I don't know anymore. How anymore. I can't stop. I won't stop. I don't even know how to stop.
Imagine playing a game where all the themes and story were heavily abstracted, and the closer you got to the end the more you'd realize what's been going on this whole time. I bet a game like that would be cool.
Yeah, that would be nice. Too bad they don't do that. Too bad that doesn't happen. I'll just make a note of this on my map here. Okay. 965 Fishhook? Why does the hospital have an electroshock table? To be fair, it is a psychiatric hospital. Still pretty dumb. God, mouthwashing was so good. So good. I want to play mouthwashing again. Oh, it's a grab prompt, okay. Does a psychiatric hospital have an electroshock table? For electroshock therapies, probably. I don't know if they were still doing that in the 80s. If that's when this is supposed to be happening, which is dumb. Removing James's thought and replacing them all with these notes make the game less about him coming to terms with what happened and more about what happened to all these other people in the town. The really interesting thing about Silent Hill 2 is the slow coming to terms with the reality that James goes through, not what might have happened to the town. That's part of it, but the other part is that most of the notes you pick up in the game are telling you things about James. A lot of the notes, like in the hospital particularly, are talking about feelings of guilt or paranoia or helplessness in a way that's supposed to resonate with James. They're supposed to be telling us something about him. And these ones, I don't think do. I think they're just supposed to be kind of spooky or something. I mean, they kind of are, because, like, one of the notes was like, ooh, one of the patients killed another patient on the electroshock bed or something like that. Because James killed Mary. Spoilers. So most of the notes you find are about people just dying or something, and it's like, it's supposed to be related to the thing James did, and it's like, no, they're supposed to be related to how James feels about the thing he did, not just the thing he did. It's not a game about James killing Mary. It's a game about how he feels about it. And they're not communicating that. They're not communicating his feelings. And it fucking sucks. Twist at the end of Silent Hill 2 is that James is boy pregnant and needs a boy-bortion. Getting a boy-bortion should be the right of anyone who chooses to go. Heck. Many such cases. Did the OG have an asylum? I don't feel like SH2 is actually interested in mental illness beyond, like, PTSD. No, it wasn't an asylum. It was a psychiatric hospital. Like, Brookhaven is in Silent Hill 2, the original. It is a psychiatric hospital, but it's not supposed to feel like a haunted asylum, necessarily. You know, like, there are things going on. There are abuses happening in the hospital, but, like, I don't know. I'm sorry, Plurs. Oh, gross, Adam. Just got here and the first thing I heard is boy pregnant. Sorry. Somehow I never picked up on Brookhaven being a psychiatric hospital. Yeah. Huh. I mean, it is, but, like, I don't know how, like, important that is to the story, I guess. 9659. And then we Thanos snapped that puzzle right out of existence. Okay, and now... Cool. So it just erases the doors for the last... Okay, so in the original, there's 2 codes and a key you need for this thing, right? And they're around the hospital. You can just go and find them in any order you want. They're just there, and however you wind up going through the hospital is how you find them, right? But in this one, this area are locked until you go and find the first key. And then you use it, and it locks this area off. The door is gone now. Now it's just a wall. And then it opens up the area to the next one. So you go and get the code, and then you enter the code, and now this area is locked off too. And now this final way is open. Like, it's forcing you to do them in order. It's not necessarily bad, it's just like... I don't know. I feel like it makes the level design worse. Because you're just kind of mindlessly going through a video game level rather than exploring an environment. Why limit where the player can go? I mean, exactly. It's weird because they both cut out all of the backtracking and getting lost or lost. Like they cut out all the exploration stuff, but they felt like that it made the game too short, I guess. So then they padded it out with all this extra shit. Because, like, the game both feels way too fucking long. Like, everything takes forever. But also, it's way more linear. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Lost mention, take a drink. Gamers got convinced that backtracking is a game design sin for no fucking reason while suffering. Yeah, they also decided that the combat in Silent Hill 2 was bad, so I don't know. We'll aboard the railroad plot. I don't know when people fucking decided that Silent Hill has terrible combat, but they're wrong, and they should be, I hope they trod on a Lego, with bare feet. Combat in SH2 wasn't bad, it's complete trash. It was great, it was fine. Combat in the Silent Hill games is perfectly acceptable. The game's got fucking Z targeting. How could you be mad at that? Clock. Watch it go dark. Why? Why do we want to do that? Oh boy. 1 year they've been watching me, so many pills they feed me. When a loud hour comes, I tremble every time the light falls. Oh, okay. Is Eminem lyrics? No. I think I get it. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay. 1 and 6. Two. Time loop, you shut the fuck up. Fucking time loop. One, 6, 2. What are we doing with this? Oh. Yeah, I remember the hands in the original. You sure it's 162? Maybe it's 621? The original SH2 combat was not interesting, engaging, and added little value to the game, except for the thematics of some of the enemy types, I guess. I very much disagree. I think that the combat is a necessary part of those games because it adds a tension and a threat to the environments that you're in. Without it, it would feel a little too like Shattered Memories, where like the game isn't scary because monsters only show up in a specific part of it and then you run away from them. So like they kind of need to be there. Oh my gosh. Hey, Stephanie!
I see you're playing the video game adaptation of Pop-Up Pirate.
Basically. I feel like the combat in the original SH2 is a resource management thing. It's, do I have enough ammo to make it worth it to take out the enemies in this room so I don't lose health items? Or should I try to run past them and spend the health items I need? You know, that sort of thing. Like, it's much more about managing the resources that you've got at your disposal. One. Six. Two. Okay. I guess that did something. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I'm done with fighting things. I never want to fight things again. Oh my god. SH3 using enemy encounters that can lead to a bad ending to encourage your running is also an interesting idea. That's what you're supposed to do in most of the Silent Hill games. Silent Hill 2 and... No. Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, and 4 really encourage you to try and get away from enemies more than actually do combat with them. And it works, because it feels like the environment exists without you. It feels like the enemies are incidental to what's going on. They're a part of the nightmare, but they're mostly benign unless you get too close to them. In this game, they'll fucking hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Like, they're big, dumb video game enemies that want to kill you. I'm not sure why. Like, I don't think the enemies should have, like, you know, goals. Or motivations, necessarily. Oh god, it's doing it again. Ugh. Stop right there, criminal scum. Yeah, they're much more hostile. I don't know. What if James has bad vibes? James should have bad vibes. That's his character. Yeah. James does have bad vibes. Absolutely toxic. I don't want the enemies to have goals or ambition, like he says to a monster trying to get a certificate in engineering. No monsters in STEM. Oh boy. Oh, one of these fucking things again. Okay. Good. He slimed me.
No monsters in STEM, but I thought we had the most furries here. Frown.
I'm just gutting, okay? Oh, got it. Okay. I think I get it. The enemies in this remake are more of a threat or obstacle in these door sections. It's much more reasonable to run away or avoid them in the outside bits. Yeah. I don't like that they follow you through, like, doorways and stuff, though, because it makes it much more difficult to avoid them. And the combat in this is so much worse than the original, in my opinion, that, like, I'm forced to do way more of it. 1, 6, 2, 2. I think this is right. Wait a minute, this is 2. Why is the title 4? Is the title 4? The title's not 4, is it? I didn't mess it up, did I? No, I think it's 2. Okay. His in-stream title is the quote directly from the village scene in 4. Oh yeah, that's my favorite James Sunderland quote. I like when the siren goes off and all the monsters leave, and then James is like, "Where's everybody going?" Bingo. That's my favorite. Oh, I can't get over here now. Okay, there we go. I like when James goes, "It's Jamesing time," and then he Jameses all over those guys. Mary, you're small time. No, I think it's Eddie. Eddie, you're small time. Oh my god. Yay, I did it. I solved the riddle. Is there a hair in the box? Or a bunny? Nothing! Nothing's in the box! Stupid! I need to rewatch UHF. Oh my god, she was eating Nilla wafers. Just like Mary did. Mary used to eat the buttons from elevators too. Oh, cool. So now we go to the basement and we get the rings. She's an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike she saves. Me, she is an angel. Is that why she got sick? Maybe. I think I liked it better when it was only the arms coming out of the door, but... Also, the bridge of thread makes a lot less sense in this context, because before when they said bridge of... You opened the box so that you could get the hair out of it, and then you use the hair tied to the needle, and then you pick up the ear key with it. I don't know, like... I felt like the thread was related to the hair.
Everyone, thanks for tuning in.
Oh boy.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat, where
Why
you
isn't
answer our
Mary with
questions
us?
correctly and win a
Maria.
prize beyond your wildest dreams. Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland. James, are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill, resulting in the death of many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery grave. How many souls were lost during the plague? 1, 42, 2, 67, 3, 85. Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it.
Why does the radio host sound like he has clinical depression now? Because everybody's depressed.
On to the second question.
Everybody's fucking depressed in this game now.
Further on to the outskirts of town. 1,
With an axe!
towards the lumberyard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road?
Bachman.
1, Bachman Road. 2, Munson Street. 3, Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for a third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh.
Why are you reading it like that?
smashed bones, splattered blood.
Why are you doing this?
Terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives.
Fucking boo.
Victims was a local boy named Billy Locay. But what was the name of the other victim? Billy's sister. 1, Miriam. 2, Heather. 3, Julia.
It was Miriam.
Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you somewhere, sometime, in sickness or in health. Bye-bye.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Are you kidding? I'm gonna check the original version. I can pull it up for you. I can pull up the original for you. Original's fucking great. I don't know if my I don't know if my internet's gonna load, but are you winning, bud? No. No, I'm losing. You can skip that quiz if you shoot the panel. This is part of the speed run? No way. That's funny. Huh. That was kind of cute. Here's the hospital. Elevator ride. It's here somewhere. Here we go. It's when you're in the elevator with Maria. Put so much combat in the game, you can even fight the radio show. Totally. Yeah. Great. God. I feel like I'm having such a miserable time with this. You know what would help? I think James should be able to get the red 9. And I think if you upgrade it enough, it just like explodes heads in one shot. You know? For the camera angle we got in the original. Yeah. I know I've said it before, and I'm probably going to keep saying it, but I think that every decision, like every change that they've made to this game, is at best a lateral move. I don't think there's a single thing about this that I prefer to the original yet. Need to get the stock too for stability. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just to help you get the headshots, obviously. The Red 9 is just the best gun. It's just the best one. Hands down. Trash puzzle's better. I'm not gonna say better. It is clearer. So a crafting system so we can make resources like bullets. Oh, yeah. And maybe they could get rid of those syringes, and then we could just have like, you know, like healing, maybe a healing spray, and then like some kind of herbs you can heal with. Ooh, what a surprise! It was a mannequin. Ooh, I'm shocked and my spine is tingled. Where is the save point? Is there one around somewhere? Bring back ampoules so we can see James do poppers. Ah, jeez. I think you drink the ampoules. Gonna be honest. I don't think they're inhalants. Two additions I think are genuine enhancements. One's right at the end, so I won't spoil the others. The scene where Maria offers James a drink. I think that scene is fine, but the most infuriating thing is how often Maria apologizes to James. I don't remember if she did it in the original at all, but there's so many times where they added Maria dialogue where she's saying sorry, and I'm like, why? Why would she ever apologize to James? It feels so out of place. Cause this is a little Mew Mew man. James is not supposed to be baby girl coded. He's not Leon. Maria's supposed to like tease and emasculate him. Ugh. And it feels like they toned that down so much. Let Maria cuck James, you cowards. You absolute cowards. Oh no. There is no exit. From this nightmare. Okay. Alright.
James.
Mary.
How did you get down here?
Maria, I thought... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway?
What?
I was almost killed back there. I have never been so scared in my whole life.
Well, that was
Oh,
a
you
drastic change.
dead wife of yours. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me. So what about Laura? You found her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
What? Well, we have to find her.
Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her?
I'd never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone and... I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Why?
Come on, let's go look for her.
Okay. I mean, Maria with their love of the character in mind, so tried to inject a lot more sympathy into her from the beginning. Yeah. And it, like, the problem is that she should be interacting with someone that I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna walk this back. The problem is that she should be sympathetic. She is sympathetic, but she's interacting with a person that she fucking hates. And obviously she doesn't entirely hate James, but like there needs to be some mean-spiritedness to it. The anyway there feels really weird because they changed James's dialogue. I think James came into the room and says like, have you seen Laura? And she's like, no, I haven't seen anybody. And he's like, oh, well, anyway. And she's like, anyway, what do you mean anyway? Like the fact that they changed James's dialogue before that makes it come out of nowhere. It's very weird. Yeah, I think one of the problems is that they are trying to make these characters too likable. Because the characters in the original are likable, but it's despite the fact that all of James's interactions with them are awkward and uncomfortable and weird and abrasive. But they're trying to smooth out all of those rough edges, and it has taken away all of the texture in the game. It has become smooth and easy to swallow, but with none of the sensation of the original. In my opinion. I don't like it. I'm mad at it.
What the hell is that?
Well, what do you
It's a
know?
hole.
A stroll in the rain. How romantic.
Oh.
Maria, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just you and me.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. I think we should like James. I think there is an argument to be made for that. But, like, his flaws should also be very apparent. In part because he's a big fuck up. They made him so much less of a dork. Like, he gets fucking bodied by a little girl who calls him a fart face. And we're like, yeah, fuck him up. I don't know. Someone who's never played a Silent Hill, I adored this remake and dived deep into the other games and lore. I think that's awesome. I'm so glad. Please play some of the better ones. And also be really careful where you're getting your lore from. Because there are a whole bunch of sources out there that'll tell you that Silent Hill is like some kind of alternate universe or some shit. or that this is happening inside characters' heads, or like, ugh. Bunch of nonsense. Fan theories are so weird.
Is that what I think it is?
What, the fridge? Oh man, that was another thing that really bugged me. When James and Maria are running through the town and they come across this big heavy gate that James is struggling to open, I'm like, James should not be able to open this gate. Maria should have to help him open this thing because James is a big puny weakling. That's what he should. That's what this scene should be. We should do the thing like with the fridge again, where James is like, "Oh, I can't open it." And Maria's like, "What? Aren't you a big strong man?" Having a tough time there, tough guy?
Having trouble there?
Yeah. You think you could give me a hand?
Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
Yeah, like this kind of stuff. Like this. I like this. This is great.
Fine.
This is fun.
Oh, God.
But you could have done this earlier.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
Oh my god. I did it. That scene was fine. I believed that Maria. There she is. Where's she been the whole game? Oh my goodness.
So, where to now?
Come on. I think I know where those rings belong.
Oh my goodness gracious. Enjoy it while it lasts. I think I will. There was one other scene that I really enjoyed the acting in, and it was Eddie and Laura talking when James wasn't around in the movie theater. I thought that was pretty good. I thought that scene was pretty alright. And then James talked to Eddie, and I was like, bleh. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when there's symptoms. What? This feels like a run-on. Can someone diagram the sentence for me real quick? Subject, the patients. Verb, will become. Object, the diagnosis scheduled for them. Temporal, when they'll make recovery. Should that have a comma there? As my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective what? Should have been as is my aim always. What does become the diagnosis scheduled for them mean? Okay, what the fuck ever. All right, I'm done thinking about it. I can spend like half my life thinking about there was a hole here, it's gone now, or like where Eddie got the pizza. And I cannot take 5 minutes to think about this. I can't. I cannot. Patients will become the diagnosis, period. Diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make a recovery. Stop. Recovery is my aim. As my aim is always the entire personnel, especially with their symptoms, will become receding with effect. All right, I'm going to try it one more time. I've seen sentences written like that to be weird before, and I find them sincerely distressing. I can understand that, yeah. Okay. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them. Dissociated notice? Yeah, boy is it. Nope, okay, I don't think we're supposed to figure that out. Alright, okay. Oh boy. Alright. I'm gonna exit the game really quick. Because I can't run the game and Firefox at the same time, apparently. And I want to watch this. And I just want to really quick. Okay, here we go. Okay. I got the elevator bit from Silent Hill 2. We get to listen to the Silent Hill 2 elevator. Here we go. All right. The effects on this scene make it much clearer that this is some kind of radio broadcast. It might not even be anything supernatural until he says the name James Sunderland, which is what I find great about it.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat. Here you either answer the question correctly and win a
great prize.
fail to
Answer correctly and receive the punishment.
And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! You ready to play Trick or Treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? Fantasyland. 2, Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3, Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay.
Oh, that's 3 for sure.
On to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe.
With an axe! God, I love that so much.
Splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1, Walter Sullivan. 2, Scott Fairbanks. 3, Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
I'm so mad that what they added to that was another question about murder and death. And the other thing they added to it is the line "in sickness or in health," which is just really stupid foreshadowing. Get it? In sickness or in health? Like when you get married? Like when you have a wife? Like once you got a wife? But in sickness? like what if your wife was sick though? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What if your wife was sick nasty though? Then you keep her. Oh my god. SH4 is better than SH2 Remake? In my opinion, yeah, absolutely.
Question, James. Why did you do it? Very deep storytelling.
Mm-hmm. My problem is that there's some changes they've made to this game and some content they've added, and so much of it is about okay, this game is too preoccupied with what James did and not enough with how he feels. This game is so much like all the other content they've added to this. When you're going through the hospital in SH2, the original, and you're finding like these documents
Mary
about...
is only one letter different from Mary. PogChamp, PogChamp, PogChamp.
In SH2, when you're going through like the hospital and you're finding these documents, they're talking about feelings that James might share. They're talking about characters who are suffering with like depression or paranoia or guilt or, you know, delusions. Like there's all of this stuff that's very internal. And all the stuff they've added to this game instead of those is about a character talking about being fed pills by force, or murdering someone else, or being watched. They're all actions. They're all things. And none of them are about the character's feelings, which makes them very weird writing, because that's not the sort of thing that you'd put in like a diary necessarily. A lot of the notes in here are meant to be like written by people, but they're not about what these people are feeling. They're just about things that are happening. It's a series of events. And yeah, I feel like it severely lacks empathy. I think that's what's bugging me the most. Because like what they keep adding, what they could have added is a little more like, I feel like they foreshadow the twist at the end of this game well enough in the original. They do just a fine job of setting it up. That's all we needed. And they add more setup to that, but none of it's about the way that James feels. It's all like... it's all just like about dead wife. And none of it's about... what is James thinking about? What is he feeling about? Why did he do the thing he did? I feel like the game doesn't really care why he did it. What is James thinking about? My wife. He's one of those people, not gonna lie. I don't have anything against that. I don't think that's a problem at all. I think that's fine. Surprised and didn't like the twist in the remake because they feel as if James is too nice of a person to do that. That's interesting. That's interesting to me because I think I feel the same. There's a line at the end of Silent Hill 2 when Angela is criticizing James, when James is acting like he's gonna save her, and she says, "Will you love me? Will you take away all my pain?" And when she does that, we're meant to understand that James is incapable of doing this. He can't handle that. This is a moment when Angela is pressing upon James the reality of her trauma. That, not that she can't be fixed, but that James is not going to be the person to do that. James does not have the ability to empathize with her enough to make that happen.
Psychological character study, grim stoicism. We should never gain an understanding of what they are thinking or how they are feeling. Underplay everything.
Yeah, it's not that he doesn't want to or he doesn't care, but James is not a person that can help. And the problem is that, like, I don't know if I feel that about this James. Like, this James comes across pretty empathetic. He comes across pretty well put together. I don't know. I don't know if I feel that way about this James compared to the original. Whereas in the original, I'm like, oh God, no. No, no, no. I don't know. I think that's kind of a problem. I think they tried to make James too likable. I think they tried to make him too good. Okay, so question 2 should be Neely Street, I think? And I think that was number 3? Or no, I'm sorry, Wildsea Street. And question 3 is number 1. I'm not sure what question 1 is. I don't know how many people died in the plague. 67 sounds about right. Might be 42. I think I'm going to go 231. And I might be wrong. Oh. Yay! I'm a Silent Hill expert. It's like I know the lore or something. We're gonna kill the bun and I still need him to play 4. I'm really excited to play 4. I can't wait. I think the rings are up on the second floor? Pretty sure? What is the Silent Hill champion speech? Sure. As was foretold by gyromancy, it feels like it's being invaded. It's being taken over, invaded by the other world. No, the slow tarts. Oh, they're slowing down. Oh no, they're chugging. Oh, I can't handle it. Oh my goodness. All right, there they go. The King of Limbo. Oh, jeez. Oh, we're chugging. Because it's full of holes and he's a hole expert. Okay, listen. Just because I'm he, him, hole doesn't mean... Gosh. I know I've said this before.
We actually had single digits FPS, tarts per second, there.
Oh, yeah. I know I've said this before, but like my favorite part of Silent Hill 4 is when you get like most of the way through the game. You're like in 2/3 of the way through the game, you get to the final act, and then Joey Shreebs comes out of the ceiling, and he like, I'm gonna explain the story to you. Walter Sullivan. The 21 Sacraments. You must kill him. Kill him. Kill Walter Sullivan. I like that. That's like my favorite part. It's super good. Good old Joey Shreebs coming out of the ceiling. I think it's like one of my favorite characters. In Silent Hill. We didn't have the budget to flesh this out. Here's the gist. So the funny thing about it is, I think Silent Hill 4 has a pretty understandable plotline. Like, it's actually pretty well put together and communicated. And as far as Silent Hill plots go, relatively simple. And they have a note that basically spells it out right before Joey Shreebs comes out of the ceiling. And they really didn't need to have that. They didn't need to do that exposition.
It's a boy.
I just think it's funny that they did.
The ceiling with the hot stats.
Because he doesn't communicate anything we don't already know.
Hey, Bun, did you know that Santa was a bottom? He's just a hole.
Who's that?
Oh my god.
James?
I get it.
What's wrong?
Let's just get out of here, okay?
No probs. Stop saying his name. Oh, I'm sorry. Joseph Schreiber. I meant.
What's wrong? I thought you wanted to get out of here.
I know. It's just...
What is wrong?
something doesn't feel right.
What does that mean?
Come on. It's gonna be fine.
I guess I don't mind that he's that reassuring before she dies. Like, that's fine, I guess. I get it. We'll both be heroes. Another note. It is done. Sick no more. Get it? She's not sick because she's dead. Joey Shreeves is the key to this whole thing. He's a funnier character than we've ever had. If we can get Joseph Schreiber to work, it's gonna tie this whole thing together. No time loop. The time loop is stupid and bad. Like, the time loop is bad for a myriad reasons, but, like, number one, it adds nothing narratively, because James isn't trapped in a loop of guilt. Like, he's not constantly, like, relitigating his guilt. He's not, like, he's confronting it.
More sicko mode.
It's not that he's, like... It's not that he's, like, looping. He's not doing the same thing over and over again. He's working through it as a process. Like, so it doesn't make sense narratively for the character, but it also doesn't make sense in the way that the mechanics function, because there's nothing in Silent Hill that allows for time travel to exist. That has not happened in any of the games, and I don't know why it would start now. And the spiritual power under the town does not have the ability to do time travel. It merely changes the environment based on the strong emotions.
Maybe they took the concept of New Game Plus way too literally.
Maybe. And it doesn't explain why Laura would be trapped too. Or Eddie or Angela. I don't get it. It's bad. That's bad. That's a bad, and I do not like it. Fun Silent Hill doesn't have any rules. It's Spooky Town that fucks with you if it thinks you're a dick. I feel like that's what a lot of the fan theories boil down to. And it makes me so upset.
Tim Lupe.
Because, like, the town's not haunted. It's not a haunted town. That's not how it works. Recently I saw someone who I respect going with the whole "it's all in James' head" Jacob's Ladder type explanation. Yeah. Yeah, that's what people do too. The thing is, like, I know intellectually, in my head, the position that I should take is that it's okay for people to enjoy, like, a lot of aspects of Silent Hill are up for interpretation, and it should be cool for people to enjoy the game the way that they do. And if they want to have theories that I disagree with, or that I think contradict the game itself, that should be fine. That should probably be fine. I should be okay with that. And then, like, emotionally, it makes me very upset. And I can't stop it from happening. Because, like, it's embarrassing, but there's, like, an emotional reaction to people being wrong about the things I like. And then it upsets me. And it shouldn't. But I don't know. Stop liking the thing that I like in the wrong way. You know? It sounds bad. It sounds bad when I say it that way. Issue is when a dev comes along and makes a remake based on missed context provided by the games in the series. Yes. Yeah, that's a big problem, is like all the sequels and remakes that...
Basically, this game is Buns Maria.
Very much so. This game is my pizza.
Run!
Why is the ceiling collapsing? Oh my gosh. Quick vault over the thing. Oh, they've turned it into a platformer section. Instead of a spooky hallway. I'm really glad they changed the camera angle so that we can't see the pyramid head behind us.
An elevator!
It really changes this whole scene up. Also, how did he get ahead of her?
Come on, hurry!
Oh my god. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. So they put... Okay, so they put her in front of Maria? No, they put Maria in front of James for this scene so that you can see where you're supposed to be going. So that you don't get lost in this one-way hallway, I guess? Instead of putting her behind you and then seeing Pyramid Head behind her, because the camera is pointing, you know, facing back. It's a bad change. Alright, don't like react or anything. Hate to have you raise your voice, James. Oh, that would be awful. Uh-huh.
So anyway, that happened.
Yeah, I guess. They really need the blood splatter? Was that a necessary change? I got an Chivo. This is what Silent Hill is and has been for like 18 years. Like, we can all finally reminisce about when this was a series about other things, but canonically the game was a series. The game series was 7 years of psychic powers and leaking thoughts and 18 years of a spooky town. I mean, sure. There are more terrible Silent Hill games than good ones. Also, still Nightmare Hospital? Why still Nightmare Hospital? Okay, we need a key? I guess? Okay. Well, at least we're done with the hospital, I think. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After this is all from the original. There is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director.
I like how y'all are reacting like why is there no emotion in this emotionally devastating scene, and I just need to emphasize how this is the whole game. The whole game.
Yeah. This open window is far too small. Yeah, there's no way I could get out there. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a philosopher. Sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? You could tell that this note is from the original and not one of the ones they added for Remake, because it's talking about internal worlds and feelings and introspection. And it's not a doctor talking about how he's abusing his patients or something. Fuck, it's dark. He was breaking up bawling at every scene, which is completely missing the point of the character, too. I think there's an issue that exists in, like, bad writing. Just in general. Oh my goodness. Y'all. Heckin' sweeties. Oh my goodness. Should do something about that cough. Digi and Moon and Nelligan, what were y'all up to? Thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. Thank you for that shout out. That's perfect. What were y'all up to today? Can you look up and down at the rain really quick? Like, actually quickly? Yeah, no problem. So you can, like, follow some of the raindrops. Ooh, I love a satisfactory. Yeah. Rain's alright. Rain's just fine. Rain seems okay. Moon Coral sends her regards. Aw. Y'all too nice. Oh my goodness. I was just saying, there's an issue I've got with some bad writing, and it exists here, and it also exists in... I was really worried it existed in Resident Evil 4 Remake, but it turns out it didn't. And it exists in, like, the Yakuza series they just made, like the TV series. And that's that if you're writing that's something that's supposed to be horror or drama or action or whatever, right? If you don't also include humor, these characters feel completely lifeless. There has to be some measure of levity in order for us to relate to these characters at all, this game can't exist. Like, James, you made me happy can't exist as a line in this game without also having you fart face, or how can you sit there eating pizza at a time like this? Like, you can't take those out and just have the same tone the whole time. Because it just doesn't work. It all just goops together into a sludge that's blech. Majima needs to sing karaoke so he can weep for his fate? Precisely. Yes. He needs to roller disco, god damn it. Like, you can't... Like, that's part of what makes Yakuza so successful as a drama, is that it's also got these moments of levity, these, like, bits of humanity in them. Same with, like, Resident Evil 4. Like, that game is a relatively standard, like, action horror shooter that's got some pretty good mechanics to it. But I don't think it would be nearly as special. Like, I don't think I would like Leon or Ashley or Luis nearly as much without "Where's everybody going bingo?" or "Hey, it's that dog." You know, like, there's these very humanizing moments that make them feel less like just a plot device. Your right hand comes off as so fucking funny to me.
We talk a lot about the influence of David Lynch on the tone of the original Team Silent games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's a factor of even Lynch's most disturbing works? His writing is often very funny.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, exactly. Yes. Kills me to this day. The funniest thing about Your Right Hand Comes Off is that it almost sounds like Leon is actually asking a question. Like, it doesn't feel quite like the one-liners he's been making the whole time. It kind of feels like he's confused. And I love that. It's so good. And can you fault him? No! Well, yeah! I mean, Salazar is gesturing at his two henchmen, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's his right and left hand. Like, you know, metaphorically. Mannequins.
Fun. Would you say that the SH2 remake has an emotionally stunted, stereotypically masculine vibe?
Oh,
Gage
no.
asked.
Oh no. Don't say that. Look at him go. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm just gonna do a childish joke. You're small time, Salazar. Oh, so it completely redid my map. Okay. I do have some of them monster closets. I'm not criticizing the acting here, but some of those are, the audio is really weird on them. They're like weirdly loud. James, stop it and hit the wall, please. Thank you. Stop beating that mannequin. What was that loud? Oh, good. It closed off the wall behind me. I was worried that I might have to explore a big open world area, and oh, that's good that they closed that door behind me, so I'm not accidentally wandering around and exploring. I mean, I would hate for that to happen. Am I being overly negative? I don't want this stream to be like miserable. I want us to have fun. I just... Having fun? Okay, good. As long as we're enjoying ourselves.
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Don't stop!
Yeah,
You're taking the
you're
frame
being
rate
so
with
negative.
you!
You should smile more. Smile.
Maybe I should. Ugh. Helping a little. Okay. What was that noise? Also, did they take out the part where there's the creatures underneath the grating? You know, the ones that look like the closers? Mandarins? That sounds right. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I had it in the wrong spot. My mistake. That was on me. I don't consider myself extremely invested in Silent Hill, but even from my own standpoint, Bloober made some weird decisions on some of the pacing and direction for this remake. Yeah. I think, like, as a game, standalone, like, without any kind of prejudice going in, because I am incredibly unfair to this game. I am not coming to this game considering it objectively, okay? Like, I am incapable of doing so. That's not going to happen. From a game standpoint, this is fine. This is like an 8 out of 10 horror game. Like, I don't love the combat, and the pacing is pretty, like, bloated. But, like, you know, it's good looking enough. It plays fine. You're being overly generous. I'm just saying, if it wasn't Silent Hill 2, I think this would be fine. This would be okay. Like, it's no Stray Souls, God. With the stuttering issues. I don't care about, like, glitches and technical problems. That doesn't bother me at all. I enjoyed Cyberpunk 2077. I really don't. Like, I think it'd just be boring. It'd be pretty forgettable, I think. But yeah. Fine, maybe a 7 or an 8. Like, I don't know. I think it's fine. 8 out of 10 seems fine. But like, as a Silent Hill fan, I'm very upset about it. Like, why do they have the big Silent Hill 1 pits? Is this why they added all those notes about like, oh, there's another person under my skin, peel away the skin, kind of a thing? Because like they're like, ooh, the other world is under the pavement, I guess.
Wow, this copy of Everyone's Gone to the Rapture is looking different.
I thought that game was pretty okay. Yeah, you stay out there. Yeah. Chunkin. He'll defend the RE3 remake. Okay. I haven't played RE3 remake actually. I played 2 and I've been playing through 4 and quite enjoying 4. I like it a lot. I will say though, the Red 9, I upgraded it all the way. Still takes like 2 shots to the head to kill something. I don't know how I feel about that. Like the damage, like the exclusive damage upgrade is only 1.5 times. And I think in the original it was like a 5 times upgrade or some stupid thing like that. Like I think that thing was ridiculous. So it feels like it's gotten a bit of a nerf. Which I guess is acceptable. But still. Ugh. The Red 9 Fox. It certainly does. And it still does in Remake. RE4 Remake. Like, it still fucks, but, you know.
I see we've gone to the
so
Blooper
chunky?
Team School of Horror Storytelling. Here's a taste. What if there's a creepy doll, and the door you walk through is no longer there when you turn around?
Ooh. Oh my god. Like 4th playthrough of Remake. Yeah, I really like it so far. I think I really enjoy it. I am a little sad they got rid of the giant statue of Salazar, though. People would expect the hospital lore notes to lead to a boss fight with the hospital director? That's an interesting question. I am really interested to get some people's first, like, playthrough thoughts on this game. Like, for people who have never played a Silent Hill before, like, what were your impressions of the notes? Like, what were you thinking that they were pointing towards or hinting towards? Because, like, as somebody who knows the twist in this game, I find them really on the nose and, like, obnoxiously obvious. But, like, I don't know. For somebody that isn't expecting that, I would be interested to know what the impressions are. But I can't read. Yeah, that's fair. I thought the stuff that got cut out of the main game was added back for the Ada DLC. Interesting.
Bun wants the giant statue of Salazar so he can see the world from my point of view. It's very empathetic of him. You know, as an empath.
I'm something of an empath, sure. It's not campy silly enough. I can understand that. I am glad that they didn't try to make it entirely serious. Like, Leon's still a big, huge dork, and I love that. That's very important for the plot. Okay, I got attacked by something. Okay, it's this thing.
You know, I'm something of an empath myself, Willem Dafoe face.
Sigh. It's funny that all the military talk in RE4 makes so many characters look even more embarrassingly dorky. As they should. Why are there nurses in the parking lot? In Silent Hill 2, after you go through the hospital, there are nurses outside on the street. I think that's fine, for the most part. I think that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Smoke break? Yeah, that makes sense. Sort of humor to Leon being a serious sad boy, particularly in his interactions with Ada. So tortured and dark now, and Ada would just be like, "Oh, sweetie, no, you're not." They made Luis a lot better, yeah. Which is nice. Hey, Casey, how are you? Yeah. Understandable hero. Yeah, I think right about now is when we should be looking for a house porch that has a note on it that's going to point us to Rosewater Park. I'm good, guess what? Chicken butt? No. You've got a new video out and it's a review of Hollow Body. Is that? Finally got around to playing Tormented Souls. It's great. Exciting. Also, Casey, if you'd like to post a link to your Hollow Body review in chat, please do. I know some people would definitely like to check that out. We streamed Hollow Body on here, but I think getting Casey's thoughts on it would be awesome. You sure about that? Absolutely.
Speaking of smoking, I was talking to a coworker, and after I told him this job might drive me back to smoking, he said don't. If they find out, they'll dock your pay 5%, since that's what they expect they'll have to pay in higher insurance rates on you.
Thank you, Casey. Yeah, y'all go check out that Hollow Body review. Oh my goodness. Jesus, Thallium. Sorry about that. Can I... Wait a minute. Am I remembering this right? Is Laura even in this section of the game? Why is she running around in areas affected by the nightmare? Why is she running around with all the grates and the monsters and the giant holes and the... Why is that happening? I thought it was pretty common knowledge that, like, Laura doesn't... Like, the nightmare doesn't manifest around Laura. Because she doesn't have... Because the spiritual power of the town reacts to strong emotions, particularly strong negative emotions. But, like, Laura doesn't have any of those to manifest. Don't you remember how Silent Hill makes you see things? Oh, God. Is that what they think is going on? No, it made me mad. She feels guilty about calling James a fart face. Oh no. She's got her own bubblehead nurses, but they have a big butt for a face. Oh no. She's tormented by her guilt. I mean, he is a fart face, though. Yeah.
Silent Hill. Hey, how do you feel about all this spooky stuff? Anything I can take and distort your feelings? Nah, I could take it or leave it.
We're going back through the Blue Creek Apartments, and then we're going to head north so that we can get to Rosewater Park. Oh, here's the thing. Okay. Here's where the mandarins are. I can't see shit. Hello? I saw him. Oh, they left though. Scoot off. Have a good night, Casey. Thanks so much for hanging out. Personally only been tormented by my guild. Well, goodbye, mandarins.
Laura?
It's nice to see you.
Where did she go?
Buns after some of that spooky ookie ookie.
To my understanding is that children have strong emotions too, even if they're not tied to what an adult would consider rational. True. It's just that Laura isn't particularly going through that right now. Like, I'm sure Laura has or had or will have strong emotions in her life. It's just that being here in Silent Hill isn't really doing that for her right now. Sorry. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map, there's a letter and a wrench. Did they put the... Oh, okay, good. It's not in Neely's. Alright. What do you think about the town Otherworld being SH1-ish now? I don't think it makes any sense. I don't know why they decided to do that, besides making it just more homogenous, I guess. They wanted to make it less special and interesting,
Hello,
so...
Rose, having a family weekend? Let's go. Fun.
Like, if that was the goal... If the goal was to make the game a little more boring, I guess they succeeded. Yo, I would totally go bowling, though. Okay. Hey, Nico, my cousin, let's go bowling. You know what they should have done instead of this is make a Silent Hill bowling game. Or like maybe a Silent Hill golf game. I always thought Silent Hill would make a cool golf game. Because you could have like a normal like 9 holes, and then the back 9 are Otherworld versions of the front 9. You know? Yeah, well, that would be cool. All the sand traps are big giant pits and stuff.
What do you think Pyramid Head's handicap in bowling is? Does he bring his own balls or does he use the ones at the lanes?
I think he uses the bumpers. There's no shame in that. One of the holes is a toilet, so you're forced to reach into it to fetch your ball. Yeah! And you should be able to play as like Heather or Harry or James or... Like they should have a bunch of playable characters. Oh, come on. How many of them are there? And why don't they leave me alone? Oh my god. Alright, get out of my... Okay.
Funny enough. Apparently there's some sort of Olympic Games styled video game that has Pyramid Head as a playable character. I saw another streamer play it. It was wild.
Yeah, it's Konami Track and Field for the DS. It's pretty okay. You can also play a Solid Snake. Okay, the white says to go this way. There's like white cloth over here. Well, at least the shotgun feels powerful. Ish. Oh, there's a door here. I didn't notice. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're just running through here. We're just gonna get our way through here. Okay, going around Neely's bar, and we're gonna go in there because it's got the most annoying part of the game. Because you know they included it. You know they included the little extra message in Neely's bar, of course. Be an achievement if you walk James into a water hazard. Oh my god. He just drives into the water hazard.
So games journalist extraordinaire Stephanie Sterling noted that the mannequins in this game really lose their scary factor because you can literally find them hiding behind potted plants and couches. Do you agree with this observation?
I think so. I mean, most of the monsters kind of like, kind of lose their scary factor when there's like 7 billion of them. I can't say I'm particularly frightened of any of the monsters in this game anymore. They took something like the flesh lips, which were like a claustrophobic and intimate battle against these two shrouded figures.
So you get extra deethy not eyes.
Oh, thank you, Velkan. These two shrouded figures locked in rectangular cages with big full pouting lips, right? In the hospital, which I'm pretty sure, in my interpretation, is supposed to mirror the both the sick, like the hospital bed, and the feminine aspects of both Mary and Maria, because Maria is now bedridden.
No sex allowed.
Because when you enter the hospital, she like decides to lay down on the bed and she's acting sick. They took away all the pills you find on her little nightstand, which is weird. Because I felt like that was kind of important, but whatever. They turned that fight into just a big giant 3-phase boss fight against a robot spider. Very Wild Wild West. And it wasn't scary. It certainly wasn't introspective. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die, but you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James.
Can't wait for the third act when abstract daddies become a standard common enemy.
Yeah.
No themes. Fight a big spider like in Homecoming.
Yeah. Yeah.
While we may not have a shed handy, rest assured, there will be a whoopin' tonight.
I should point out this wasn't a bloober team decision. This note is in the original if you revisit Neely's after after the hospital. Surely they wouldn't do that with anything else. Oh no, surely they wouldn't.
Oh, by the way, hope you're ready for the final boss fight. Smile.
Is it a big giant mechanical spider? Oh boy, I love Wild Wild West. Oh man, James West, Desperado. You want some of this? No, you don't want nada. Best tame in the West. I'm sorry, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada.
Fun. You remember when you'd go on a road trip and you had to bring an atlas with you to help navigate? Imagine this on a phone screen when you check the map.
Didn't Wild Wild West have a villain part of the Confederacy? I think so. I think that might be right. Oh, yeah. And now you have to go through Neely's in order to get to the other side of the... Oh. That's dumb. Can we write hell after you might be going to a different place? Our audience might miss it. Well, I mean, our audience might miss that note's there in the first place. So now you're forced to go into Neely's bar after the hospital because it's the only way through to the other side of town. Because otherwise you might not see that note. Otherwise you might not see that written on the wall because you'd have to, like, explore. Can't have that. You actually have to go through Neely's? Yeah. Now, you didn't have to examine the note. Examining the note on the wall is one of the triggers for in water. But...
Dr. Lovelace was a member of the Confederacy, but he did open fire on Confederate soldiers as a test for the spider evacuees. He considered the surrender to be a betrayal, so he decided to make his own country.
Right. It's been too long since I've seen Wild Wild West. But yeah, they made this one of those one-way streets where you, in order to get to the other side of town and continue the game, you gotta stop it. You gotta go through this whole part. Is that a phone ringing? What is this, Alan Wake 2? Happy birthday.
Hello?
Is it gonna be Mary?
Anyone there?
Gonna be Mary, and she's like, I'm mad, James, you killed me. I'm upset about it. Fuck you. What? Why? Why in the phone? Why did they move it from the porch to the phone?
When you realize
And where's the
Wild
wrench?
Wild West is the closest thing we're going to get to a steampunk movie. No, I will not include Sucker Punch, even if it was kinda rad to watch people shooting World War I German clockwork zombies in trenches.
Sure. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people you should know. The key is in the park, at the feet of the praying woman. The wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. Oh, there's the wrench. Wait. Why did they change this note? Hang on a sec. Allow me to read the original note from Silent Hill 2. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman inside the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I feel like this note is missing some important information from that one. What about the old society? What about the patient? What? That's one of my favorite notes in the original. Because it's so absolutely fucking weird. Because, like, who wrote it? Whoever it was says, my patient. They explicitly name drop James. Yes. Yeah, which makes it one of the weirdest notes in there. Because, like, it was about a patient? So it's probably, like, written by one of the doctors? But then it's explicitly to James? It's so creepy and cool and... yeah, I guess we didn't need that. That's probably not important. I guess. But what if people make Joker jokes about the word society? And now the door that wakes into darkness opening into nightmares isn't the door you emerge from after the hospital. It's the one you walk into to get to the park after. I don't know. Did the OG have a note with an awful Nietzsche metaphor? I don't remember one? I'm not sure. To James, that seems like an interesting concept. No, it can't be to James because it says my patient is who the note was talking about. It's not written by James, it's written to James. Kind of. It's my interpretation that the original letter is changing as James is reading it. Is the patient also James? No. The patient and the doctor who wrote it are different people. And James is mentioned at the end of the note. It's my interpretation that the note is changing as James is reading it. The same way that the environment and the world changes into things from his own subconscious. The words on the note are changing to address James specifically. As bits of his own subconscious are coming out and being used to interpret the world. You're fine. Oh, look at you mandarins. Look at you. Oh, little guys.
Are unsure about playing SH2 for fear of liking it less. I'll have to quote Lord Aldia to you, no matter how tender or exquisite, a lie will remain a lie. I hope I'm wrong, but I wondered if they shortened it just so they could fit the text legibly on an interactable piece of paper, instead of a text box.
Possibly. What is this underground section? Oh, okay. I know where we are now. Okay. There's a little tunnel that goes to the park. Fucking dark. Like how Walter never said the thing about the Red Devil. It was just James adding that. I think that's my interpretation. I don't think I could prove that as like a real thing, but that's the impression that I get. There's just subtle little things in the notes that make them a little too, I don't know. A little too poignant to James and his situation. The park bathroom. There's a healing drink in the toilet. That's a reference to Silent Hill 2, when James had to reach into the toilet. Oh man, that's such a good game. I think I like it less. I think I like Angela?
Hey. Are you feeling better?
This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they?
I guess not.
Are they implying that like Angela lived in Silent Hill at some point? Like I don't think that's explicitly wrong, but I also don't think that was an implication in the original.
I don't think she's here anymore, James.
Who?
My mama? She doesn't...
She's looking for her family in the graveyard, so I'd assume they lived here. Her mom and brother lived here. She lived with her dad. And the fact that she's looking in the graveyard makes me think that she hasn't talked to her mom for so long that she doesn't know if she's alive or dead. Right? So, like, I don't know if she ever lived in Silent Hill or how long it's been since she lived in Silent Hill or whatever, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of assumed her mom moved away from where her and her dad lived, but that could be wrong. I mean, her and her dad could have moved away too. I don't know.
She doesn't want to see me anymore.
How do you know that?
Why would you think that?
Yeah, her mom lived in Silent Hill, but I don't know for how long, you know.
Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
What do you mean by that?
Alive, I mean.
Oh. Yeah.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway?
I better get going.
You still don't want me to go with you? If we stick together, we might just make it out of here.
Out of where?
This town. Silent Hill.
Name drop.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, you didn't have
James,
to
you're
say
not
this.
trying to get out of here. Yeah, like, you could probably just leave.
The little girl?
Yeah, Angela? Are you alright? Angela?
No. Please. You shouldn't be here.
Angela, it's okay.
No, don't touch me!
Okay. I do not know, Dragon. Did they have to take out the part where this box was bolted into the ground? Because that was fucking weird. Did they not want it to be weird anymore? They just decided it shouldn't be weird? My patient buried it here. I knew but did nothing. Then why is the rest of the note here? Why is the note in the thing that's buried if you know but did nothing? What? Why? What? Why? The fact that they moved this here almost implies that the patient was Angela? Why did they do that? Am I wrong? Or are they like the fact that Angela is staring at this statue and then we dig up this thing kind of implies that Angela may have left it? I don't know. That's a dumb interpretation. I don't like that. But like, I don't think they meant to imply that necessarily. Still, fucking weird. Can't just be a weird unexplained mystery to chew on. It's not how horror works. Right. We can't have themes or implications. We gotta have lore. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't get that, but I'm also stupid. You know, like, yeah, I don't think it's on purpose. I don't think they're implying that. It's just like a recency thing. It's the fact that they moved the second half of the note here and then
My
put
patient
Angela
buried
right
the
next to
box
it.
here, and I did nothing. Then how did your note get into the box?
I agree. It's both less weird and makes less sense. What? The magic postman probably left it there. Oh, of course. Right, that guy. Of course. The one consigned to Silent Hill since the 1800s. Because he worked as a slave catcher and then killed his slave master, and now he's guilty and is stuck in the purgatory of Silent Hill. That guy? That one? That postman? God, Downpour sucks so fucking bad. Mm-hmm. He's pretty confused and lost. Yeah, wait, that's a real thing? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The Postman got an origin comic. There was a Silent Hill Downpour origin comic that tells you all about the Postman's history. During slavery. Whoo boy. It's not good. It's not good. I hate it. I think it's awful. That new Angela scene was fine. I still do not like the way that she's portrayed. That buried the box in Silent Hill, where she lived, in Maine, in 1983. All the mysteries solved. Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe another pass on the writing would have been good. Because I think having James say something that's a little more that you could take the wrong way there would be good. Rather than him saying, I'm happy to see you, and her thinking that he means, I don't know what. And then when he says a little girl, she's like, I guess because she experienced trauma when she was a little girl, that it reminded her of being a little girl. Every time she sees a little girl, she's reminded of being abused as a little girl or something. I don't know. What would you rather, sit through a second run through of this game or someone else with someone else playing, or all of Ascension? Don't make me make choices. I can't do that. Don't make me think things. That's mean. A withering? Here? Redditors heard misreading or misunderstanding James's intent. That's what it should be. Yes. I think another pass on the dialogue to make James say something that could be misconstrued would have been better. I think that's probably what they should have done. Oh, look, they put the pyramid head painting here so that you can't miss it. Because it would be a tragedy if someone were to miss some of these assets we put in the game. A withering here? Impossible. Give me that photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Okay. Alright.
They probably needed another pass to make the game less shit.
It's him.
Stop it. Get some help. It's him. Oh my gosh. It's the Wiltsey coal mine, baby. Let's go. Everybody loves the coal mine. What up, YouTube? It's your coal mine. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s. Title unknown. Author unknown. Oh my gosh! It's an obsidian chalice, like the one that's
I really
used for the
love watching
ritual.
the cult that was constantly wrong about everything, trying to solve the withering until it fixed itself.
Yeah, I guess. That is kind of the plot, isn't it? Huh? That's why Laura is here, because the children yearn for the mines. Of course. Of course. It all makes sense now. Historical Society founders. Oh, you know what they should have done? Is put the 4 families in here from Homecoming. The shepherds and the what's the names? And the other ones. Oh god. Okay. If you go back to the motel before coming here, could have found a giant halo of the sun indicating the cult knew that Heather was going to stay in that room like approximately 17 years from now. I forgot. Was this in the original? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything this fucking long. Among the local legends is that of the Lady of Light. The story tells of a woman who was accused and found guilty of witchcraft. As punishment, she was taken to a small island out on the lake, a minuscule stretch of rocky soil. Devoid of any food or shelter, there she was to suffer a slow, excruciating death. Her body succumbed to the cold and hunger. That's the island from the Rebirth ending, I assume. Unbeknownst to the rest of the townsfolk, there was a young man, having gazed into the woman's eyes, as bright and beautiful as a midsummer's moon, had vowed undying love for her. This is the story that Maria told us in the park in this fucking game. Homestuck coming. She was convicted wrongly as he believed. He swore that he would not let her suffer such a cruel fate while waiting for an opportunity to abscond with his beloved. Every night he would sneak and row across their lake, etc., etc. One night the sky was exceptionally clear, devoid of even a wisp of cloud. The young man set out on his nightly escapade, looking for the light in the darkness that would lead him to his beloved. On that night, however, the moon shone so bright and so vibrant, stronger than any candle could. Seeing the light's reflection on the water, the young man was led astray. He rode and rode and rode, following the reflected light, hoping against hope he could reach it. He did not care for his aching arms or the shortness of his breath, utterly mesmerized by the illusory light. When his boat tipped over, the man was so exhausted from rowing, so weakened were his arms, that he was not able to swim to shore. Thus he succumbed to a watery grave. He got the in-water ending. Right. Okay. Although left alone, the woman on the island never lost hope. She kept coming out at night, kept lighting the candle. Those looking for true love can still see the lady's light out on the lake, shining to bring her beloved home. The story is clearly meant to be a metaphor and a cautionary tale. It is, to a certain extent, rooted in reality, etc., etc. Can I leave here and go back to the motel? Can I go check out the motel? No? No, no, you're not allowed to go back. Okay. You can never go back.
I sure am so glad they decided to write the backstory of the boat scene light you followed to reach the hotel Sassa tired.
Yep. Former director of Brookhaven Hospital. This is the guy that left the note. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. It's the guy that said his patient left the thing. I think. Probably. Well, at least they kept the foghorn. It's Reeve from Shinra. Totally, yeah. Oh yeah, we're at the staircase. Going down to the prison. How long are they going to make the prison, though? I'm not looking forward to that. Only 3 boss fights long. There's what? Abstract Daddy? That should be it. Should have added the Mario 64 Rising tone over this. Oh, that would have been great. 9/11! Ah! Oh my god. This remake is a fucking disaster. C221. What is this for? Why is this? Why is there a note? 1820. Why do they keep trying to put dates on things? Why do they keep trying to put years in here? Was that in the OG? Oh god, no. No, anything that has a date or a year in it was not in the original. Oh no, it was? It might be. Perhaps. A second Bloober game has hit the towers. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'll bet you Pyramid Head can cut steel beams. Yeah, text was exactly that? Okay. Yeah. I could be wrong about that. That's alright. Press X to jump. Press F to pay respects. Oh, maybe we should go back. Alright. Jump. Jump. Alright, do it, James. Why did they make it like octagonal? Oh, they added... Oh, there's several breakable walls? Okay. Well, then what's behind the other ones? Oh, just a blank. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's a huge coincidence for sure. PS2 game. The Gold Master of this was done probably March? Maybe February? Would have taken a month to print out these copies. Wall woulda. Oh, it's so wet here. Well, no matter which way I go, I'm probably gonna wind up in the right place, because pretty much only one way to go. Alright, the buggos. Where are the fingerprints? Oh, is it 2, 3, and 9? Oh, okay. Sure. I thought it was the bloody fingerprints. I didn't remember. "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Was that in the original too? Is it really what it says? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I figured. Okay. Yumpin. Hoppin' and yumpin' ek. It's from Dante's Inferno. Interesting. Grits with lard. Boiled meatloaf. Ah. Oh, don't do that to meatloaf. I think that happened in Rocky Horror Picture Show, actually. I think they boiled meatloaf. Yeah, they ate meatloaf. You know, when they cooked meatloaf, they made 3 dishes out of him, and 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I deserve that.
Ain't no big deal.
Who the fuck is this?
Put the gun to their head and
Eddie?
oh, hi James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me.
Okay. So he attacked you. And you shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it.
Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why he would do that?
Well, I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried sneaking up on me in the dark. I heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there.
And you could tell that he wanted to hurt you.
Well, yeah.
You're asking a lot of questions, James.
The way he looked at me, I just had to do it.
He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I could see it in his
Eddie,
eyes.
you can't kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
His eyes.
He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because the way they looked at you.
You're just like them, James.
You should see your face, James.
What?
I was just joking. The guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I? Well, anyway, I better get going.
Wait. You're gonna go out there alone?
Yeah.
Anyway. They really have to add the snow and the ice? Did they have to? It feels kind of, I don't know, I guess obvious. Voice actor's great, but like some variation, please. It's the fact that he can say, "I'm just joking with you," and sound just as depressed as every other line is like really disappointing. The scene's mostly fine. I liked the amount of tension going on between these two. But like, it's another James corpse, or did they change up the model? They changed up the model, and I don't know why. I don't know who they changed it to. Still haven't found him. Since he had that cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spear from the visitor's checkpoint. Secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Okay. That was fine. It was fine. It was acceptable. Plus that ice doesn't bother me too much. The model wasn't James in the OG. Well, that's because that scene didn't exist in the OG. They moved that cutscene from before the icebox fight, where there were a few James models that were used as corpses. The ice is a little silly to me because that's like they're moving Fanon into canon. Like it's been a fan theory that like Eddie's other world is cold and icy because we fight him in the icebox at the end. And Angela's is on fire because she says, "For me, it's always like this," when you're standing in the flaming hallway. Like, it's sort of an agreed upon interpretation of those scenes that the other worlds that they're going through are slightly different. But it was never like, it was never necessarily in the text in this way.
Tim Lop.
Yep. That scene was in the OG. It was in that part of the hospital? Killing a person ain't no big deal. Put the gun to their head. Pow! It's in the cafeteria? Interesting. Trying to think of what the dialogue is before you go into the meat locker. From now on, anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, that's where that one is. Sorry. God, that thrumming background is so good.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head.
They took out killing a person out of that line in the remake. They just made it. I think he just said it ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. Also, I guess this is the guy in the original, and it doesn't look like James's model. It looks more like Harry's from SH1, but okay.
You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
I can see where they turned that into the remake, I guess. Okay. Dog line was moved later during the boss fight. Huh. Okay. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know. So they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. For no matter how far foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature
The Eddie
abides.
stuff is mostly fine, but like most things, the changes they make are a lateral move at best and problematic at worst. Also, Bob has pointed this out, but they don't have the camera shifts for Eddie's rants about his persecution complex. The perspective shift hurts the storytelling. Like, once you start directly comparing scenes, it's so obvious how out of their depth Bloober is. The artistic integrity is just not as strong.
I understand that, yeah. And he laughs about the dog chewing its guts out in the original in the freezer. I remember that, yeah. Okay. The mannequins are big spiders now. I guess? That was Harry. Then Harry is long dead when SH3 shows up. Oh, no. I'm not saying it was Harry. Sorry. Sorry if that was confusing. Yeah, I was definitely not trying to imply that that was Harry. It may have been Harry's, like, you know, model. Just reusing some assets when you can. There's a couple of, there's a couple of bits in SH2 where they reuse, like, cars from SH1. I don't know that for sure. I don't know if it's actually Harry's model. It just kind of looked like it to me, that's all. Pig. Temporarily light up the hallway, you see some scary shit skittering around, and then the lights die, and they tell you, well, guess you're heading down there, good luck. It is cute. I think the problem is with, like, with characters like Eddie and Angela and scenes like these, when we're going through them, I'm thinking, like, could be better. Like, even the scenes where I'm like, yeah, this is okay, I'm like, yeah, but it could be better. Like, they could have done this better. And I don't know if I would think that if we didn't have an example of it being better. You know? Like, the problem is I'm just, like, comparing it to an unreachable standard. With an example, those scenes wouldn't exist at all in the way they are. I know. Ooh, pyramid heads. Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end, choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose, let the judgment begin. I knew when Eddie went astray. I don't know. I think from the day he was born, he was trouble. He was a thorn in his mother's side.
Don't remake things that were already as good as they could have been, especially if you don't have anything better to offer.
I always think about this could be better, or how could this be better? I don't know if I do. I mean, sometimes, but like... On the day he left home, all he wanted was rock and roll porn und a motorbike. Oh, here we go. Okay. So the cloths covering things. In the original, there are a lot of like hanging cloths and stuff, which are meant to be kind of similar to like a hospital or a clean room.
He was a low-down cheap little punk, taking everyone for a ride.
For a ride. So I'm guessing that they're using it to a similar effect here where the cloths or the shrouds are meant to be like a hospital bed's coverings. They're like, I guess similar to the sheet they would have covered Mary with. Something like that, maybe. Shooting up junk. He was a low-down, cheap little punk. Still trying to find a smoking gun, and the original voice actors had good human-sounding takes, but the final takes were deliberately made bad to fit a vision. I don't think they were bad at any point. Like, I think the ones they wound up with were the ones they wound up with. I definitely think that part of the direction of the game was going for something Lynchian, undeniably, because of how many references there are in Silent Hills 1 and 2 to Twin Peaks. It would be impossible for that to not extend to the voice acting as well. How much of that comes across in what they wound up with, I'm not sure. But I will say that the voice acting they wound up with in the original is the voice acting they wound up with. And I love it. And I think it's great and special and a masterpiece. And I don't think you could do it again. I don't think you could do it again. Even if it's not what they were going for, it's what is in the game. And it's what I love. So how much of it was intentional or not, doesn't matter to me. Because, like, if I like a painting and there's a brush stroke off here or there, and the artist is like, ooh, oh, I think I made a mistake there. Oh, I should probably try to correct that. I should fix that part of my painting. No. That's the thing I like. And I like it with all this stuff. Every flaw is a part of the whole. I don't care if it was an intended design, like the authorial intent or not. I don't give a fuck. There's the boar. Where's the snake door? I don't have a map yet. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Nailed it. Also, if you prefer this version of the game, that's fine. That's okay. I, of course, that's fine. Effective immediately, it is absolutely mandatory for everyone to familiarize themselves with the revised generator maintenance manual. Will not have another incident. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm just kind of the person who's like, new thing bad, old thing good. Like, I've said before, I'm not being fair to this game, and I don't think I'm capable of doing so. I don't know if I have an interest in that.
No.
Okay. Oh, chaos! Oh my goodness! Hello! Welcome in, Raiders. It's great to see you today. We're playing some Silent Hill over here. Having a great time. Playing only the most silent of hills. I'm not 100% sure what we're turning the lights on for, but I guess it keeps those spider ones off of here. Okay. Chaos, what were you up to, and did you have a wonderful stream? 'Cause I hope you had a great time. Oh my goodness. Alright. Wasn't expecting Spider-Man again? I don't think I was either. They just showed up here. Playing Visage. Ooh. Interesting. Very spooky and cool. I'll have to look into that. Huh. Oh, right, okay. Optimal level in the yellow? Okay. Do not operate in the red. Can result in power spike. I'm not quite sure how this is working. Emoji performances are good and fit. They're also consistent with each other. I don't think they were made bad on purpose. I just think that the result is a happy accident of amateur actors from 20 years ago when voice acting in games was in its infancy. For sure, yeah. I mean, there was also a lot of behind-the-scenes work put into those performances. Like, they mocapped and voice captured the performances at the same time using some on-set audio. So they had these same actors rehearse scenes in person with each other a couple of times before, like, giving an actual performance, or before recording it. Okay, do we want to do the system overload? Is that what we're trying to do? Oh, okay. I guess. Third-person RE camera gives it a different sort of feeling. A lot of this game has a very different sort of feeling. And to be upfront, I'm having kind of a miserable time of it. I'm a really, really big fan of the original SH2. Not nearly enjoying this one as much. The only person who had experience in voice acting was Donna Burke, who voiced Angela. I think so, yeah. Is this a new run of the game? This is my first playthrough, yeah. I forget where we came in. Was it through here? Okay. Sigh. Is this right? Oh, yeah, I think this is right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring myself to play this game a second time. Like... like looking for different endings or something? God, no. I am struggling through one playthrough of this. Not for me, thank you. James Sunderland doesn't strike me as someone who's particularly combat-oriented. Camera put behind someone.
Where would you bring yourself to? You brought it to your own home.
In the center of Silent Hill lies the lake's major tourist attraction, Toluca Lake. Are they going to talk about the boat? What may seem like a bread-and-butter local ghost story you've heard time and time again. In this case, rings surprisingly true. One fateful fog-bound November day, just like this one, 1918, a tourist cruiser called the Little Baroness has set sail, never to dock again, except in Arcade, when it comes back as a ghost boat. Newspaper articles reporting the event contained no details of the ship's disappearance. Despite an extensive police search, neither a single fragment of the ship nor the remains of the passengers or crew have ever been recovered. In 1939, an even more bizarre event has taken place. Who knows how many souls were taken by the waters of Toluca Lake? Do the eyeless skulls of the damned stare hopelessly at the surface from below, yearning for a breath, or was their mysterious fate different altogether? Right, they did that in the arcade game? Yeah, the arcade game, well, the arcade game takes place on the Little Baroness. Well, kind of. So you're playing as, okay, so there's 2 playable characters in arcade, and one of them is like a direct descendant of the captain of the Little Baroness, and like you're traveling back in time to like when the ship was doing the thing, and it's silly. It's a bad game. Don't play it. Arcade is silly. They changed the final line. Is it about the skulls and the ghosts and shit? Was that different? Found in the death chamber. Yay! Hunting rifle. Oh, there is a map. Oh, it helps to have a map. Oh my goodness. Huh. That's me. I guess that's on me. I guess that's my bad. Time loop. Time loop is more annoying fanon than the circumcision guy. I think okay, circumcision guy's worse. But time loop is just more annoying to me personally. Professor Actually, thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How you doing? That over there? No, okay. This one over here. And this one. No. Okay. Medium? Oh, I did it. Which one is that? The bull. Okay. This reminds me of a puzzle. What did that mean? It means it opened the snake door. So we're gonna, okay, so there's 4 doors with animals on them. And in each one there's a weight, and you're not able to get through. Like, you're able to light up only one of them with the weights you've got access to at a time. So it's still a completely linear hallway. We couldn't open this bull door until we got the... Okay. Until we got the medium weight from the snake door. Ed2, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. What was that? you see that? Tasty, tasty bloat. Gotta have a whole big prison. Just like in Homecoming. Remember when Homecoming had a whole prison? When you get to make really important moral choices, like, do you kill your mom? Or do you watch her get killed? The mom dilemma, yeah. Or like later in the game when you can kill your dad. Or watch your dad get killed by a machine. This really says a lot about society. Probably. I'd imagine. Why does Silent Hill have someone called the circumcision guy? That already sounds scarier than the remake. It is, mostly because I'm finding this remake very boring. I said that exact line when Pyramid Head walks away during the first fight. Where's everybody going? Bingo. If you don't know, Circumcision Guy was a guy on the Silent Hill wiki. One of the admins of the Silent Hill wiki who decided that a lot of things in Silent Hill 3 and 4 were actually metaphors for the trauma caused by circumcision. And that some characters, like Walter Sullivan, are motivated entirely by their lost foreskins. That was a thing on the wiki for a long time. Yet another stream? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it would have been funnier if people weren't like, okay, so people argued against the circumcision guy. They were like, hey, this doesn't make any sense. What you're looking at is clearly uterus and umbilical cord imagery. And he was like, how dare you defend the practice of male genital mutilation? And like, it became a big argument, and then the guy was like super anti-Semitic, it turns out. So, you know, an asshole, basically. Where do we arrive now? Okay. Oh, yeah. Biggest twist in Silent Hill. Guess I should go check out a couple of these other doors. If the game's frame rate would stabilize, please. Maybe, please. Circumcisions fucking suck and shouldn't be done on children. Agreed. I don't think that's what Silent Hill is about, though. But that's okay. I have a lot of arguments with people about what Silent Hill is actually about, so... I don't know. Get that much from your mother. Yeah, understandably. Henry Townsend's a little, kind of more of a blank slate than a lot of other Silent Hill protagonists. Even more than, like, Harry. We got the D. There we go. James, turn off the microwave, please. Disruption reported, C-140, yelling about 7 to 7 to 7, haunting him, claims bars can't hold him. Prisoner leaving his cell unsupervised, psychiatric evaluation, missing from their cells, alarm raised, search in effect, bathroom door barred from inside. Efforts made to get them open. We don't hear anything from the other side. I don't really care. I just probably wouldn't do it that much to my kid if I had one. Yeah, I don't like. Of course, I don't want to approach circumcision as something like that. Somebody who's had it is like damaged or something. Like that's definitely not the case. I just think it's a practice that probably shouldn't be done on anyone who has not consented to it. That's my opinion. Fucking mannequin spiders. Oh my god. Alright. Strange but relatively harmless. I want to say yes, although it is prone to like accidents and stuff. Like if you mess it up really bad. But that's most any, like, you know, medical procedure, obviously. Accidents. Yeah, there have been a couple, like, fatalities and stuff because of it. Which is definitely a concern. Because as a practice, it doesn't really have any health benefits. Or anything like that. It's an entirely cosmetic surgery that's done on children. Wow. Always be haunted by the thought, what if I lessened my sensitivity? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I really wouldn't. Oh, there's where we use that key. Alright. If it did, you wouldn't know it. Yeah, there's no way to know it. Like... And I don't think it's that big of a deal. I could be having better happy times. I don't know about that. The level of sensitivity between two different people is, one, impossible to communicate, but also, like, varies greatly. So, like, even without that, there's a... Oh my goodness. Super great friend! How are you? Oh my goodness. I'm a Banui, yes. Hello! Welcome on in, it's great to see you. I'm suffering greatly. Welcome. Oh my gosh. Raiders have come at a great time. We're talking about circumcision, Silent Hill lore, just a great time. Just a good old time. Well, welcome. The usual Silent Hill discourse. Yes, of course. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, welcome on in. I'm Bun or Lucky or Paige, whichever you prefer. He, they, or she pronouns usually. Whatever. And I'm a big, huge Silent Hill fan. And I also feel like I'm one of the only people who just hate the remake. So I'm being overly unfair to it today. I'm being incredibly negative, and I apologize in advance. Oh my goodness. Night Sky and Wild Ant. Thank you for the follows, my fur and whiskers. No, I'm just letting you know what you're in for today. Okay. One cannot be too unfair to a Bloober team. True? True and fair. What is... Oh, it's a key. Oh, it's a key, but it's a shiv? But it's a shiv key. Okay, I guess that makes more sense than melting candle wax and using a horseshoe. Kinda miss that. SGF's chat hates it too. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's... If I could complain about Bloober for just a second, though, like... I don't think people... Okay, people complain about the medium, because the medium fucking sucks, right? Like, the medium is just atrocious, both morally and, like, gameplay-wise. But I don't know if people talk enough about Observer, which is probably their best game, and also one that I really, really hate. As a rose, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Because, like, so Observer was their, like, sci-fi first-person detective game starring Rutger Hauer, aka Batty from heckin' Blade Runner.
Okay, are we being
Hey.
morally outraged?
Maybe a little bit. Harriet, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Sweebium, thank you for 22 months. I knew of Observer, but I didn't know details about the villain until recently. Yeah. So my problem with Observer is that Observer is like is using the villain as an excuse to be transphobic at furries, which very weird, very specific thing to do. Why did they want to do that? More specifically, like, it feels like it's bigoted against Therians? And, like, who hates Therians? What did they ever do? Yeah, I know, huh? Hang on a sec, let me look this up real quick.
A girl can have a dick, and that dick can have a knot.
True. Very true. So true. So weird. It is. The villain in where's my video folder? I swear I had a B-roll folder. It was here somewhere. This is unfortunate. Is it in here? Oh, it's in here. Okay. What are Therians? So, a Therian is a person whose identity is more related to an animal of choice than a human. Generally a kind of person where when they're not looking down at themselves, they imagine themselves as an animal. Sometimes anthropomorphic, often not, but kind of more related to identity than a furry. Like a furry will have a fursona, but the fursona is not necessarily the way you always want to be seen. It's more like a character, right? A Therian's a little more of a person whose identity is that of an animal.
I know a girl like that. Asking for a friend. The friend is me.
For sure, for sure. So, the villain in Observer has these kind of feelings. Like, they feel more comfortable seeing themselves as a werewolf, right? And in Observer, you can, like, get into people's heads and live their dreams, right? And so you walk through their dreams where they imagine themselves becoming more and more wolf-like, and this makes them feel more like themselves. And werewolf is more otherkin than Therian, but same principle. Yeah, for sure. There's some difference between otherkin and Therians. Some people make more of a distinction than others, but generally otherkin are also allowed to be fantasy creatures, where Therians are usually just real-life animals. But, like, it's a little bit fuzzy because they were interrelated communities for a long time, and they started in, like, a werewolf fandom when the term Therian was first invented. So, like, there's a whole thing. Yeah, Dishrobo Neko says Therians for the win. I think Therians are pretty cool. Like, I'm not one myself, but I think they're cool and valid. And I think that Observer almost has a great representation of them. But then, have there been Therian versus Otherkin online wars? Well, probably between individuals, but not really, like, as communities, no. I wouldn't think so. And then they fuck it up, because in this cyberpunk future in Observer, people can get gene therapy and become more animal-like. So you can just get species-affirming care and become a werewolf. And I think that's fucking rad. And the game goes, no, that's not cool. That's bad, actually. Actually, it's bad for that to happen. Because the person who goes through it winds up living in the sewers and eating pigeons, and they get disowned by their whole family. And on their computer, you can find this interview with the CEO of the big tech company who like invented the gene therapy thing. And it's not good. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Later on down here, I just want to point out a couple parts. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but I'm just going to point out some of these. Okay. and yet is being promoted as a hot new trend. We're seeing teenagers risk their lives by making these irreversible changes. Not at BGNA. We only treat consenting adults. That may be well and good. The technology is out there, isn't it? The cat's out of the bag. Come on now. Are you really going to make me use the guns don't kill people argument? And then later on down here, they directly compare this to trans healthcare.
You know what's a non-consensual, irreversible process? Puberty.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. No, it's up at the top right here. Here we go. This conversation has been going on for hundreds of years. When the cybernetic revolution came about, there were people saying that we were all doomed, that we've gone too far. 100 years ago, a transgender person would be shunned as a misfit or a freak of nature, which thankfully seems outlandish by today's standards. There will always be people out there who fear change, and I want to point out that this is not being said by the good guy. This is being said by the greedy tech CEO who is trying to scam people into getting unnecessary medical care that harms them. I just need to point that out. This is fucked up. I hate this. I hate this. I think this sucks. I've read this Guardian article. That's basically what it is. That's basically what's going on. So yeah, Observer fucking sucks. What the hell? It's a very different process for him than my stepbrother, who started before he was a teenager. Yeah.
Likable characters, like mouthwashing.
Mouthwashing has some likable characters. That's true. I just don't get why people are so nasty about personal choices that don't affect their lives at all. I agree. Jeez. Anyway, I just had to complain about one of the shittiest things I think Bloober's done. Like, Bloober has done some shitty stuff in the medium, but you had a long pause there? I had a long pause there because I think to some extent I do understand, and it's all in bad faith. I do understand that there are people out there who want to keep the gender paradigms strict because it helps to maintain the control of authoritarians, capitalists, etc. But like, I don't know if that... I don't think that explains all of it. Like, there's definitely people out there that I don't understand, and that's definitely not something that anybody is thinking about in the forefront of their mind when making decisions about trans people. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some subconscious desires in some places, and I don't know if I entirely understand it. So that's where the pause was. For Observer, it's harder to see if you're not already in tune to that kind of issue. I think I agree with that. Plus, that's one email in one computer that a bunch of people miss, I think. So, like, I think that one email really fucking ruins that whole game. I don't know why. I don't know why they put that in there. I don't know why they decided to do that. But I don't see anybody else talk about it, so I just needed to complain about it. Yeah, you're too right, Harriet. Yep. You're too right. Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? Now it's too late. I'm going for a walk. Clever boy, here's your reward. We could both use a bath. Have a good night, dragon. Oh, I guess showers? Is that where we go? What was I doing? Is James a musky husky? No. No, I think he's just stinky. James is a sad, soppy little chihuahua. Okay, so this is cell block D. Go over here, okay. Started playing SH1 on my totally legit PlayStation. Watched the game plenty of times, but never played it before. Much scarier to play than watch. I 100% agree with that, yeah. But it's got such an atmosphere to it, oh my god. I'm really glad to hear more people playing, there we go. Silent Hill 1. I think that's one of my favorite ones in the whole series. I think 3 is probably the best. But like, oh my god, 1 is so good. He's coming, I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in, he'll get in. I still have time, I can make it almost through, but he's close, I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. Let him come. Locktober is over. Let him come. I feel like so many of the notes and text they've added to this game are like, it's No Nut November. I don't recognize that. That's not a federal holiday. It's Hip November, baby. That's the good stuff.
We don't practice that in this polycule.
Exactly. Insane phrasing coming from a game with zero levity. True. I think my biggest problem, and I've said this before already, that my biggest problem with the text and the notes that they've added to this game, instead of having like all the incidental dialogue when you examine stuff in the environment that gives you a little bit of like info into James's thoughts and inner world and things like that, a lot of the notes that they've added to this are just about things happening rather than about anybody feeling a certain way. Like in SH2, the original, a bunch of the documents you find around are about feelings that James resonates with. They're supposed to give you a little look into what's going on in his head. Like in the hospital, what do the doctors have to do with what's going on? Yeah, like in the hospital, the doctors are writing patient records about things like patients who are suffering from depression or paranoia or delusions, things like that. And those are about things that are going on in James's head. Those are things that he's working through. And things like the notes about it was raining again today, I want to go outside, and et cetera, like are a little bit about like giving us an idea of what the mood and the vibe is. And all of the notes in this game that they've added that are like extra are like, they keep shoving pills down my throat, tear away the flesh and the maggots, hyper-realistic blood. And like, they're all about events. This game is way too concerned about the events. Like, James killing his wife, spoilers, Like, they're really concerned about that event, but they don't seem very concerned about how James feels about it, which is what the game is about. And, like, they're failing the premise of the game if they're not talking about how James feels about what he did. Supposed to be about like Mary's thoughts or what James thought Mary's thoughts were? Very possibly, yeah. Like that's an interpretation you can bring to it for sure. But like they're internal, they're introspective, right? And they've gotten rid of so much of James's like internal dialogue that I don't feel like I know what this character is thinking or feeling. I feel very detached from this James. He seems more likable than the original, and I don't think that's good. I don't think James should be that outwardly personable. I think he should be kind of an awkward dick. I told you, didn't listen. He's here. Yeah, I know. Whatever. When he was a dork who turned out to be terrible. There's all like dead monsters around. Ooh, the spoopy bath. More likable seems to be the direction for the whole game, including mechanics. I think I agree with that, but I really hate the combat in this. Just having kind of a miserable time of it. Turns into corporate sterilization? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Oh, there's a hole here. Okay. It's not gone now. I know I've said this before a little bit, but like a lot of the acting in this game feels like they have turned characters neurotypical. And I don't love it. I don't like it. Buggos. Am I gonna get attacked by a pyramid head or something? I think it's just regular enemies. Okay. I'm still claiming Angela. Fair. Hey, Bugs, I wish it wasn't so, but yeah, I can understand that. I got it. They made the fat phobia around Eddie worse than the original. Here's the thing about Eddie in the original. Is Eddie's problem, like, the issue that Eddie has, is not being fat. Being fat is not Eddie's problem, and I don't think it's portrayed as so necessarily. I think Eddie's problem is the way that everyone treats him like garbage because he's fat, and the way that he internalizes that as people making fun of him. Like, he perceives his problem as being fat, because that's why people make fun of him. But, like, the problem isn't his fatness, it's that people make fun of him and are mean to him. Like, that fucking sucks. And then he handles it in the worst way possible, of course. But, like, Eddie's problem in the original was never his weight, even if he perceives it to be that, you know? In this game, I don't know if they understood that. I don't know if they got that. Dog ending credits song where the dog growls at his belly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, eating a tub of ice cream with his hand is very weird. It's really weird. One of many things that I felt like they didn't understand about this game. Get a panic attack when I got to the moth room. Ooh. Okay, I get that. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that being a bad one. Alright. Maybe we could put, like, all the heavy ones on this side? Sure, why not? Yeah, I don't want this game to be mean to Eddie. I don't want that. That would suck. Oh, the frame rate. Oh my god. Ooh, yeah, those are scary. Should I do... Okay, we got some new people here. Should I do my pizza spiel? Should I do the spiel about the pizza?
Fun, and I would not like to do that. That would be rubbish.
That would be rubbish. And his problem is how he deals with his pain in the pizza scene, you see. He doesn't care where Laura goes in the town. He's full of monsters. Later on we see him deal with his pain by rejecting the idea that he should feel bad about taking revenge on people, embracing the role of dealing out punishment. Yeah. Like, okay, here's my pizza spiel. The pizza that Eddie's eating in the bowling alley, the pizza is Eddie's Maria. Like, in Silent Hill 2, Maria is what James thinks he wants. It's the thing that is attractive to him, but Maria is also someone that hurts him. Maria is a manifestation of the town whose purpose is to die in front of Eddie, or to die in front of James, so that James feels that guilt all over again. But she's also kind of an available or idealized version of Mary. So she's kind of everything he wants, but in the worst way for him, where she's constantly emasculating and teasing him, right? The pizza in the bowling alley, I think, is also a manifestation of the town that's like, here you go, Eddie. It's a delicious pizza. That'll make you feel better. Why don't you eat this pizza and then feel worse about your weight? Why don't you feel bad? Why don't you feel like people are teasing you because you're sitting here eating pizza instead of going after Laura, right? Yeah, he just wants to sit there and eat pizza rather than feel bad or responsible. The pizza is his Maria. It's the thing he wants, but it's the thing that he thinks he wants, but in the worst way for him. And then they took the pizza out of this game, and then the pizza doesn't exist in this game anymore. And there's a little throwaway line about the pizza, but they took it out of here and they replaced it with ice cream, which I don't think works as well. I don't think the ice cream works as well. I think they replaced it with ice cream because they're like, ooh, his other world is frozen because of a fan theory. No! Not the violins.
How can you just sit there eating Silent Hill 2 lore?
Yeah. Sweet
Wanna eat
Beam,
the
thank you for the
pizza?
tip. Oh my goodness. Not my uncle's expensive violin. Incident at the infirmary. D183 assaulted medical staff, attempted to steal medication. Rumors of disease. Coughing fit, report to medical oh, they're coughing just like Mary did. Better do something about that cough, haha. Remember when Mary had the cough and the disease? See, they're making allusions to the thing. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, all the notes that they keep adding are just pointing at the thing that happened and not giving us any information about how people feel about it. Like, none of this is, like, about how James feels about illness. None of it's about how... It's just people are getting sick and coughing. James, remember that person that got sick and started coughing? Like, it's just pointing at the thing without telling us anything about it. I'm mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Bun, random question. If there was an event called the Lucky_Bun incident, what do you think would have happened to elevate it to an infamous incident?
Oh, maybe it would happen during Hypnovember. Maybe. So if Maria was around Laura and Eddie, would Maria look like a floating tub of ice cream? Or whatever Laura would probably see? Not really. Like, I don't think they're the same... You mean like Maria and the pizza would be the same entity that looks different to different people? And I don't think that's the case. The town is just looking inside people's subconsciouses for strong emotions, particularly negative ones. And in Eddie's case, that causes it to manifest into the real world, a pizza. And also all those football posters. And also a bunch of people making fun of him that he can kill. Whereas for James, it's a representation of his wife who dies in front of him. You know. It's, I don't think people see things in the town differently from each other. I think that's a fan theory that I don't dig. Stop it. This town prints out stuff rather than assigning entity markers for different points of view. Right. They're not like the same guy. The idea that I've always said is that Silent Hill is not a game series, in the first 4 games at least, about guilt. It's not about punishment. It's not even about a haunted town. It's about the barrier between dream and reality breaking down. It's people's nightmares that are escaping their head into the real world. And that's what's happening in 1, 2, 3, and 4. After that, they fuck it all up and it's some other dimension or some shit. But like, in these original games, that's the conceit of it, is the things that are happening in your dreams and nightmares are, without your permission, escaping your head into the real world. And that's terrifying. I think that's a really scary idea. I don't want that to be the case, because I don't control the things I dream about.
Off can we make Bun, specifically, because we know he is going to have a successful live stream platform in the future.
Oh, about now. It's all about the coal mine. Ah, yes, of course. The Wiltsy coal mine. Yeah. What is the lore behind the Waddle Dee? Oh, is that the bathroom jump scare? Oh, is that the... Like there's a loud noise in the bathroom if you check the last door and then try to leave? Is that what that was? Oh. That would have been cool if this game didn't have auditory jump scares all over the fucking place. Huh.
Someone, one day, will love this weird-ass game enough to be disappointed in how its corporate stewards treat it.
Oh my goodness. Prismatic! How are you? How are you enjoying the remake? It's rubbish. I hate it. I hope that people enjoy it enough to play the original. It's a far superior version. Oh, they kept the reap what you sow! Oh my god! I'm out of here. Okay. I don't know if I can handle any more of those. Okay. I don't know if I can handle reaping what I sow. I don't know. No. I don't know. I can't. I can't. God of Silent Hill is more of a force of nature than an actual person that answers prayers. It's just a thing that responds to the suffering the strongest, and it manifests.
Okay, great, thanks for the stream.
Stuff to haunt people who suffer or cause suffering. So I have a bit of a different idea about the cult. And that's that I don't think their god is real at all. I think that magic and psychic powers exist, and the god of the cult does not. There are no gods and no angels. They're completely made up. That's where I'm coming from. Probably a lot of the drugs. I mean, that's what Sybil said. That Gillespie lady, probably on drugs. God was a delusion of her bad lady from 1. So Dahlia was the one who performed the ritual to impregnate Alessa with God, right? So that Alessa would become the one who gave birth to God. Now, what's ironic about this is that according to Silent Hill 3, the idea of their god is a woman who is born to mankind who brings about eternal paradise. In Silent Hill 4, we realize that the psychic powers that Alessa has are very similar to what they call the power of God, which are the powers that Walter Sullivan obtains from the 10 heart. the first 10 hearts of the 21 sacraments. I don't remember what they're called. He attains the power of God, which is the same as Alessa's psychic powers, the ability to manifest her thoughts into reality. I think that Alessa is the closest thing to God that the cult ever comes across, and Dahlia is the one who fucks it all up, because she uses Alessa to bring about her own version of God. So the thing that we see at the end of Silent Hill 1, in the bad ending, is Dahlia using the power of her faith over Alessa to turn her into the incubator, or Dahlia's idea of what God is. And the incubus is the twisted and horrible version of God that Alessa believes in. Either way, the existence of God in these games only requires psychic powers that cause your nightmares to manifest into reality, because Alessa's having nightmares about God. Therefore, her nightmare version of God is able to manifest. What about Valtiel? I think this is a little bit, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But I think, I don't know if I think of Alessa as being like Sadako. She's not. She's trying to save the world. But she is born with psychic powers. That is true. Valtiel is, in my interpretation, to Claudia as Pyramid Head is to James. Pyramid Head is a manifestation of the monster that James thinks of himself as, or worries that he could become. Pyramid Head is all of the parts of James's toxic masculinity, his thoughts about sexual aggression and violence that are manifested into a thing that is hyper-masculine, hyper-violent, just blown all to proportion. And I believe that Valtiel, similarly, is Claudia's desire to keep Heather, i.e. Alessa, safe. It is a monster born of her own self-image. But that's my interpretation. That's just what I think. I don't know if I could prove that. Yeah, Alessa's Carrie. Everything would be fine if her mom wasn't such an asshole. Exactly. Valtiel is Claudia's manifestation? I believe so. But like I said, you could come up with your own interpretation, I think. I think that one's a little open-ended. Silent Hill 3 has a lot of unanswered questions. Anyway, if you want to hear me ramble about Silent Hill a lot, I've got YouTube videos about Silent Hill 1 and 2, and soon to be 3. If you're at all interested in hearing somebody just gush about how much they fucking love this series. And you feel free to disagree with my interpretations. I'll just feel bad about it. That's fine. Unanswered questions like, do blondes have more fun? I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the research. Will 2 Remake have a video as well? I don't know. I feel like for my community this is fine, but if I put it up on YouTube, I don't know. I feel like people are going to disagree with it. I think the general consensus is that the game's great and amazing and that Bloober did such a good job, and like, if I put out something so negative, I don't know. What if the devs of the original 4 came out and said the nightmare manifestations are only a fraction of lore and then it goes deeper than that? Then death of the author. I don't care what they think about their own product. I've seen the product. I criticize the thing as it exists. This is why I don't give a fuck about the Book of Lost Memories or whatever. If that lore was supposed to be in the game, it'd be in the damn game. I don't give a fuck about what Junji Ito says on Twitter. Doesn't bother me. Whatever.
Fuck that death of the author as much as fuck the author.
But also, I would probably like to hear more about that because people like Takayoshi Sato don't really get to talk about this series enough, and I want to hear them thoughts. I want to hear their thoughts about it. Like, I know Junji Ito. Junji Ito's nice. He's perfectly fine. But like, I would really like to hear like Takayoshi Sato talk about his ideas of the game.
The website is legit. Run for the hills. Angie Bun is coming.
Oh no. Not the Victim Files website. Oh fuck. Now there's 3 cults. Oh my goodness. Zero Ito is the Silent Hill dev. He was a background artist for 1 and the monster designer for 2 and 3. Or for 2, yeah, for 2 and 3. That's what Junji Ito did. But I personally, like, I would be more interested in hearing the ideas of like the writer and director of Silent Hill 1, the guy who went on to do like the Siren series, or Takayoshi Sato, the character designer, and I'm sorry, I messed up my Itos. Masahiro Ito. Takayoshi Sato, who is the co-creator, co-director, and CG artist for 2. Like, I feel like they had a bigger impact on the development of these games in some ways. So like, I think Masahiro Ito has some great insight as to like some of the backgrounds and monster designs and stuff. But like, am I gonna believe him on his interpretation of like Angela's character? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna take that with a little grain of salt, I think. Oh, the authors are wrong. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I've been spicy enough for tonight. I'm sorry if this felt antagonistic. I don't want these vibes. I just want y'all to have a good time. Let's join Willow. She's having a political stream. I'm kidding. She's playing Silent Hill 2. And Twitch has decided that queerness is political now. Thank you, Hezeros. Oh my goodness. I hope y'all have a great heckin' night. Oh, and let me get a little link there. There's my YouTube videos if you're interested at all. Matt edits them together, which is great because I can't listen to my own voice, or I would do it myself, and Matt does a way better job of it. So do enjoy those. Y'all have a wonderful night.